Nuclear missile ready. Nuclear missile ready. Nuclear missile ready. Nuclear missile ready.
Hello, welcome back as always. We are glad that you are here because we are about to do the semifinals and finals of the Alpha Scrims special. I'm a caster once again, Snoopy, and joining us once again is Gorgonath.
Yo, what's up, everybody? Hope everyone is excited as I am for the semifinals and finals of this awesome event.
Yeah, and we are already starting the map of World of Sleepers. Game number 1, the first semifinals will be Cham and Masa.
Very cool. And on Friday when I casted with you, we started out the night with a TVZ, Vindicta, and Cham, if I remember correctly. And that was a very entertaining series. We got to see, of course, this is being played on the balance mod, and we got to see balance mod in full effect. And we had some very entertaining TVZ games. So we should get a really entertaining match between two of North America's best players.
Yeah, and it was like the first game was like a 27-minute game, so it started off insane right off the bat. Hopefully, it can start off pretty similar in this first game, as we do see a proxy as throughout the whole, I guess, tournament. We have seen a lot of 2 racks or 3 racks proxies from Masa, so this is something not new and uncommon, or I guess rather common. And here we go, the 2 racks being thrown down.
Yeah, Vindicta pulled out a 3 racks against Cham, I believe. Yeah, and he won. It looked like Cham actually that game got a very early scout of the 3 racks and was able to react. But Vindicta, with some really stellar Marine micro, was able to make the 3 racks play happen. And this time, Cham has an Overlord heading that direction, but it's going to be a still not an amazingly fast scout of the 2 racks.
Alright, looks like the Overlord should spot it pretty soon here. And there we go, he does see the racks there. And now it's up to him to decide how to respond. I definitely want to pull some drones, at least to deny some of the bunker building. And the first bunker does go down. He might need to actually pull a bit more drones in order to defend against this.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's actually a very far back bunker location. It's not going to be able to hit the hatchery from there. And the drones are actually getting on top of it for a bit. We'll see. The Marines need to kind of get in that little angle to be able to get in the bunker. So far, drone blocking has been pretty good.
Oh, nice. Preventing the Marines from going into the bunker, even though the first bunker did finish. And Masa's trying to kind of kite against the drones, but drones does have a faster movement speed. And now the Lings are out here for Cham to defend.
Okay, a total of 9 drones have gone down, plus a lot of lost mining time. We'll see throughout the course of this game if that was enough damage, but it looks like Cham, with the amount of Lings he has coming out, as well as the Queens, this 2 racks pressure is effectively shut down.
Now, the one thing going for Masa is that, you know, Cham did sacrifice a lot of economy for that. He pulled the drones for a long period of time. He wasted a lot of larva on Lings instead of drones. So Masa right now temporarily has a economy lead in terms of workers, but remember, Masa has yet to start his command center, so there he finally throws it down. So his command center will be a bit later, of course, with the proxy, while Cham is free to drone as much as he wants to.
Interesting. Masa using one of his barracks to just float in and get a full scout to see everything Cham is doing. And it's an interesting situation we're in here now because, you know, the clock's been sort of wound back for both of these players' macros, like a significant amount. Both players have had their economies kneecapped at this point. But I still think that Moss is in a really good position. You know, Cham's workers, he's just now getting onto worker parity with Masa again. And typically we see, so around this time, sort of the point in the game where we need to have the third getting started for the Zerg. And Moss is going to be able to come out relatively soon with a Hellion Viking push. Or Hellion push and at least a Viking to possibly get some Overlord kills here.
Yeah, and we do see that the Overlord is gonna scout in. He did see the factory with the reactor, so he at least know what's up. But oh my God, is he gonna actually lose that Overlord? I don't think he wants to lose the Overlord at this point of the game where he's almost supply capped and there's an attack incoming. So he definitely wants those supply to make some links to defend. But oh, it looks like the Viking is gonna kill that Overlord, unfortunately.
Yeah, and we've talked about this a lot, Snoopy, but Viking, very strong play, like it a lot from Masa. And even though Cham did get a partial scout of the factory, it's still really nice for Masa to be able to use that Viking to hamper Cham's production. And there's going to be 2 Overlords are going to go down to this Viking right off the bat, and that's very significant.
Ooh, yeah. And the Hellion does get a Creep Tumor. And one of the changes, of course, is that Creep Tumor cannot be cancelled in the new balance. So once you make the Creep Tumor, you can't you can't cancel it, so that the Hellions can't shoot them. So basically, you're kind of committed to making them.
Yeah, another change to make Zerg's life creep spreading even more difficult. Apparently, the Blizzard support team decided that Zerg creep spread was just a little bit too easy to maintain.
Oh, I see. It's this little Broodlord animation, like near the Hellions. I'm not sure what that is. It's like a flying turtle or something, or a...
Those are. I just noticed those.
Yeah, those are like some kind of locust or something.
They're like flying squirrels or something.
That's pretty cool.
Should have been our mascot instead of alpacas. Alpha X flying squirrels. I loved it, that image of all the French players holding up those signs. We love alpacas, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, I was never an alpaca guy, but then once like the alpaca memes or the alpaca animals was brought into the clan, I started liking them. Interesting enough. But anyhow, we do have a wraparound on the Hellions. All the Hellions are gone, but there is a battlecruiser into the field, but plenty of queens to defend against this. So he should be fine, as well as a spore crawler for good measure.
Yeah, the queens got separated a bit, and we'll see. It looks like Masa, yep, he's got, smells blood in the water. There's one of those queens was very low. So, nice utility getting, nice damage being done by this battlecruiser. A lot of economic damage that Masa's doing right now. Another queen goes down, even more drones, and another Overlord. Crazy. Oh, but it looks like Lings are getting run into the natural of Masa. He's got to be careful. There are Hellions here, but still, these Lings can do a lot of damage.
Oh my God, that's not at first glance, it does seem like a perfect wall off, but there is actually a hoe in there, unfortunately, and that leads Masa to lose about 14 workers throughout this whole game.
Masa just lost his battlecruiser, unfortunately.
Ooh.
Didn't get to see how many kills it had, but it had quite a lot, and a lot of those were queen kills.
Yeah, we do see another battlecruiser onto the field teleporting. Let's see how many queens he gets. Spire is just being plotted down, so he's not going to have a lot of anti-air for quite some time, which is going to spell some annoyance for Masa, or for Cham, as he only has a few queens left.
Yeah, this is just an amazing play for Masa. A lot of times the battlecruiser harass doesn't do a whole lot because there's so many queens that they can just transfuse forever. But this time, because of the early 2-Rex pressure, there's not as many queens as there normally would be. So great choice to pull out the battlecruisers in this situation.
Yeah, and let's see a total of 10 queens going down this whole game. Jesus Christ.
Yes.
It's not
very
good.
Annoying.
Yeah, it's not a good time to be a queen. Oh, but oh my God, just barely gets out that battlecruiser. I think Cham would have really loved to at least snipe that battlecruiser for all the queens that he has lost thus far.
Yeah, imagine if the other battlecruiser was alive, still would have been able to teleport that back, and now he would have 3 full health battlecruisers if he repaired them. So, still, we're going to have a strong push coming out from Masa shortly here.
And we got 4 racks into or 4 barracks, not barracks, 4 factories into production. So he is going full on mech in this game, and I can't blame him. I mean, he's gotten a lot of damage with those battlecruisers. Mech with some battlecruisers mixed in, it's pretty strong.
Ford CC already started right outside the natural of Masa, and that's a really strong play. I love it. When you're ahead, get more ahead, and that's what players of this caliber do. Is they never take their foot off the gas in terms of the macro, even when they get a lead. So I like that a lot. The fourth base of Cham's just down now, and when you're going to have your fourth finished before Zergs, you know you're in a good position in TVZ.
So the creep currently so far for Cham is spreading like wildfire. I love it. He's got pretty much half his side of the map covered. He is going to go ahead and try to get on top of these battlecruisers, but these battlecruisers will teleport out. And as you can see, the 1 second delay animation lighting up those battlecruisers like Christmas trees. Pretty cool, and we'll be able to at least save them.
Masa not being delinquent with his killing of this creep here. I like it a lot. Using Hellions to push it back. It's very strong.
Yeah, if you can deny creep, as far as you can push them back, it's definitely a plus when trying to go for an attack. But he's got to be careful. There are a few banelings here. Unfortunately for Cham, he doesn't have baneling speed yet, so can't get on top of the Hellions quite yet, but at least he had the Ravagers to push them back.
Yeah, the cost efficiency of speed banelings versus Hellions or even Hellbats is not good. Now, until he has speed banelings, he can kind of kite, but once he gets speed, I mean, if you get about a group of banelings rolling into Hellions, usually that's extremely cost effective for Zerg.
And now we do see the pre-igniter for the Hellions being researched. Of course, that cost of Hellions pre-igniter has decreased, so it's a bit easier to get it in terms of resources. So definitely want to get that when especially if you're going mech, because those Hellions can be a lot more stronger with those blue flames. But anyhow, we do have the creep being sniped at once again. He's got to be careful to not overextend onto the creep, or else he might get caught off. As sentry, or not sentry, the baneling speed is just finished. All the banelings unfortunately did go down, so he's gonna have to remake some of those.
The battlecruisers are all up at the top right, and they were able to get 3 Yamatos off on Corruptus before they warped out. Warp onto one of Cham's lower bases might have been nice, although they would have been stranded quite a bit, so maybe not.
Alright, looks like both players are just macroing up. We do see a lot of Hellions and Cyclones out on the field for Masa. He's gonna go.
Yeah, Masa. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead.
Masa on 5 bases right now, absolute economical beast. But here we go, those speed banelings rolling through, and Mech does not do too well with a lot of speed banelings with Ravagers behind them. So that was not a great trade for Masa. Not the end of the world though. He still has pretty healthy army supply. And as a lot of it is starting to get invested to the increasing battlecruiser and tank count.
Yep, there was some really nice fungal there during that engagement to lock on those Cyclones and Hellions, because Cyclones and Hellions, they're really mobile. They move quite well in terms of speed, and you can kite the Zerg army, but with fungal growth, that kind of changes the story. Now we do have a battlecruiser kind of flyby in the bottom while the Cyclone and Hellions distract the army at the top or at the middle of the map. Will he scout these battlecruisers in time to save that hatchery? It doesn't look like it. He might actually have to cancel the hatchery.
Yeah, the Corruptors are very out of position. They're all up at the top right. And those battlecruisers can just warp out anytime they want, so great damage. Meanwhile, it looks like Masa's getting a few tanks sieged up kind of at this little ridge area that overlooks 2 of Cham's bases. And this push is becoming very strong for him. Masa's been able to have a lot of cost-effective damage, and now with the sniping of a base, Masa's starting to be ahead economically.
Ooh, some nice corrosive bio. It does get one of the tanks, but there's just so much ground army for Masa. In fact, it looks like Masa decided to stop at 4 battle cruisers and just invest all their other resources into the ground. And now Cham is going to go and try to engage this, but does he have enough?
Viper's yanking a lot of those battle cruisers and tanks and corruptors as well. That was a lot of stored Viper mana that was extremely effective right now. However, the battle cruisers are kind of having free reign right now as a lot of the corruptors are gone. They're getting on top of these queens.
Oh boy, that forces Cham to actually produce 8 more corruptors in the production tab. I'm not sure if it's enough. That's still a lot of battle cruisers, and I think they believe they still have to teleport. Oh no, actually no, his teleportation is on cooldown, so there's going to be some times where Cham might possibly take them out. One of the battle cruisers is pretty red. He does take it down, but oh no, these corruptors that just popped out getting taken out one at a time. And that is forcing Cham to create more additional corruptors in order to defend against these 3 battle cruisers.
Yeah, insane value for these battle cruisers, and it looks like 2 of them did have warp, so he will save 2. 1 will get stranded and left alone. But Masa, we have up about a 20-30 supply army supply lead, as well as Cham losing another base.
Yeah, that was definitely a very efficient engagement for Masa. I think he definitely had the upper hand in that in terms of the battle. And now it's time for Masa to go ahead and try to harass while still expanding, macroing up, getting his additional Cyclones and Hellions. I would like to see him actually produce something else, something higher tier than just Cyclone and Hellion, because at some points where Cham can go for Infestors and just Fungo and get on top of the Cyclones, it's not gonna go too well as the game goes on. But I mean, it's certainly working thus far, so I guess he's okay.
Yeah, he certainly needs to mix in enough tanks to be able to have the big splash he needs. Meanwhile, it looks like these battle cruisers are going to snipe a base in the bottom right for Masa yet again, so that's a big loss for him. And we see this Cyclone Hellion force kiting back to the range of the tanks, and Ravagers in range of tanks get absolutely demolished, and Cham actually GGing there as the 2-pronged attack with the tank force and the battle cruisers proves too much for him to defend.
Yeah, so well done by Masa there, making that 2 racks proxy work, and then transitioning into some nice battle cruiser play, and then of course into full-on mech. And that will be 1 game to Masa, but of course this is the semifinals, so this is a best of 5. So plenty of opportunity for Cham to come back into the game. Who hasn't accepted yet? But anyhow, let's go ahead and give a shout out to some of the people that supported the stream. We have a 100-bit cheer from Sniper SC just before the casting started. Thank you, Sniper SC, for another 100 bits. He's been kind of donating a lot of bits throughout the few days that we've been casting the Alpha Scrims special. So appreciate it. Thank you. And also some followers from K2SWO or 00. As well as Catlin Wanna Make Love. That's a nice ID there. Yeah, we definitely appreciate all the follows and all the support that you have given to this channel. And here we go, game number 2 on Ephemeron.
Yes, and this stream is powered by 11, adminning behind the scenes, which effectively means we get into games very quickly, which is very nice. I am used to games having long delays in betweens because they are clan war matches, and that's not going to be the case tonight because we've got a wonderful admin.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, in the bottom corner of Ephemeron, representing Mexico in this match, it is the Red Zerg Cham.
And spawning at the top left, we have the blue Terran player with a nice 2-racked play to start the game last game, but will he do it again? Can he get the win? It is Masa. Alright, looks like he is gonna rack a proxy, but this time no 2 racks, only 1 racks. So not as committed as the last game here.
Yeah, this time Cham scouts it right away. So, see if he can react accordingly, not lose as many drones as he did last time.
Oh, he's actually gonna send 3 drones. That's a one good thing about scouting this really early, is that you can actually deny the SCV from building it, and if he does, that means he is going to be so behind in terms of his building production, because he's going to have to either send some a bunch of SCVs to finish it, or he's got to cancel it and create the racks back at home.
Yeah, so only 1 rack's being built right now. Oh, he killed the SCV? I missed that. Oh, no, he didn't. Okay, just forced a cancel on that barracks production. And looks like the SCV was in a bad position again. He's going to have to leave. So, going very poorly for Masa right now. Although, I guess we do have to factor in the lost mining time from the drones.
Oh, some nice good scouting from Masa. Will scout the Roach Warren. So his spidey senses should be tingling, and he should be starting some anti-roach units. I think maybe some cyclones instead of Hellions would be nice. Maybe even start a tech lab right now. Oh no, actually he's going to actually use the barracks to make a reactor instead.
Yeah, I guess he's going to probably commit right away to the cyclones instead of rushing a tank. Some players will try to, like you mentioned, rush a tank out, which can be good. Cyclones are also strong.
I like this kind of mind game. He's actually canceled the Roach Warren, kind of responding to the SCV scout, knowing that probably the Roach Rush probably wouldn't work after the scout. So I like this. I like the cancel. He's actually forced Masa to make some bunker, as well as a tech lab on the factory instead of a reactor. So he's probably gonna force him to create a tank or a cyclone in response. But there's actually no roaches coming across the map, so there's only just a bunch of drones and queens and link speed on the way.
Okay, it looks like we will have a tank started, and I'm wondering if he will, after that 1 tank is produced, lift off and switch out with his starport and start Banshee or Raven production. Liberator potentially as well.
Yeah, I would assume Banshees just right off the bat, because Banshees actually do pretty well against roaches, since roaches can't shoot up into the air. So probably, but then yeah, it looks like he's actually started the Banshees, so that will be his tech of unit of choice. But oh, actually he's so committed to taking out this Overlord, he's gonna lift his command center, delay some of SCV production. Sometimes I wonder if it's actually worth it or not to do that.
Well, it's interesting because now Cham definitely knows that Masa has something to hide, because otherwise, why would you do that? So, you know, potentially, he's probably predicting Banshees right now.
Yeah.
So, it kind of makes me think that what's the point of doing it anyways? Because when you try so hard to deny a scout, you're almost giving up the fact that you're doing something anyways, if you know what I mean.
And it looks like Cham was actually wanted to confirm with his Overlord at the right side, and he does scout the command center. Unfortunately, he does not go in deep enough to scout the starport with the Banshee cloak researching.
Yeah, and one of the changes we had for this balance is that Overlord speed was increased. I think 25 minerals, 25 gas. So I'm wondering if that means we will see a decrease in players going for that. I still think it's a really strong upgrade. Really cost-effective, strong upgrade, but who knows?
Well, Cloak has finished, and let's see, where's the Banshees? Oh, it's moving to the south side. There's actually 2 Banshees grouped up. So let's see how many drones he can get with these 2 Banshees. There's actually no Spore Crawlers at any of the bases, and I don't think there's even there's no Overseer out in the field. So this actually can cause quite annoyance for Cham in just a second.
Yeah, this can actually do an insane amount of damage. Soon the Overseer will be started immediately. So there is a clock on this, as well as the amount of mana is getting already quite low on one of those Banshees. Yep, the Overseer is out. But still, strong damage from these Banshees already.
Yeah, I think this can be quite
I mean, 15
game-changing.
drones, that's crazy amount of damage to do right away to Cham.
And you know what's the craziest part? Cham is still ahead in workers after
Wow.
losing 15 workers. Jesus.
Yeah, I think we'll look back on that mind game from Cham as being really effective, showing the Roach Warren, then canceling it once he knew that it was fake. Or sorry, once he knew that it was scouted. And it looks like Antis is correcting us slightly, saying that Masa does those aggressive lifts every game. So, okay. Thanks for the information, Antis.
So Antis is actually one of our players in this Alpha Scrim special. He's already scouted, or I guess got some scouting information on Masa in case he needs to face against him.
A lot of creep being cleared in the middle of the map here as we are moving up with a tank bio Banshee push. Mutalisks are out, and there is a significant number of Banelings, and Baneling speed is completed as well. Army supplies are about even heading into this fight, so already some good damage being done from Cham, but here the Banelings are rolling in. I think they're pulling back for right now as Masa waits for his 2 tanks to move up.
Oh, I love this play from Cham. He's kind of sniping some SCVs and some reinforcement with those 4 mutas. But the Rio battle is here at the dirt base of Cham.
A lot of Banelings rolling in. It looks like a couple of them soak up onto the tank. That's not what Cham wanted. And now Masa has a window to really attack into this third base. He can move the tanks forward. If he gets them sieged up before the next wave of troops comes out for Cham, that can be very strong. Great pickup from Masa, avoiding those Banelings. Already the hatchery is starting to get shelled, and the more bio is streaming in across the map.
Alright, he's going to go ahead and try to connect these Banelings with the Marines. There's a lot of tanks still left over. A lot of red life tanks, actually. But the mutas in the other side of the map does come back home. And oh boy, this might actually get snowbally at this point. That their base is definitely going to go down to these Banshees and Marines.
Where he snipes the Overseer that makes these 2 low Banshees immune. Great play from Masa there to get that 3rd hatchery snipe. Alright, but Cham is still at almost 80 workers right now in this position, so very strong play, macro play from them even behind this. Masa at 56 and just getting his 3rd base established, so keep in mind that if he doesn't put even more damage on Cham right now, he is behind economically.
Ah, yes, and oh my god, losing all these mulists to the Marines, and there is a bunch of reinforcing Marines coming through.
Yeah, Mutalisks are not great in small numbers. More meant of a harassment tool at this stage in TVZ. But when it looks like there's a lot of Overlords here that could get sniped by this bio, it's a massacre for Cham, although Cham has plenty of excess Overlords right now.
Yeah, but the real question is, can he get this hatchery here? This would pretty much be GG if he gets this hatchery as... And actually, you know what? Cham just suffered too much damage there. And Masa, with another impressive win, goes up 2-0 against Cham.
Yeah, great play from Masa, and Cham had a really strong economy throughout that, but he couldn't produce just enough to push that army back, and Masa really leaned into it, committed even more troops, and got the job done. And I think we've talked about this before, but Mutalisks are kind of a tough choice if you're behind in a game, because if the Terran basically tries to punish you and go on the offensive, Mutalisks often really are not good against bioforces.
Yeah, for sure. And now it is up to Cham to come back into this game. He needs to do a perfect 3-0 reverse all kill in order to advance to the finals. Now, of course, the third and fourth place will go home with at least $20. But if you advance to the second place or even to the first place, second place gets $60 and then the first place gets $100. So definitely want to advance further to get some of that, more of that prize pool there. But anyhow, let's go ahead and introduce our players.
In the top corner, representing Alpha X, we have the blue Terran, Masa.
And spawning at the bottom right, we have the red Terran player. He is Cham.
Alright, looks like no proxy for Masa this game.
Interesting. I guess he wants to change it up because the last two games he did do a proxy and it actually worked out pretty well for him. So I guess he just wants to change it up. Don't want to be too predictable throughout the series. I mean,
Yeah.
if he does not win this game, I mean, he can certainly go back to the proxy next game.
Sure, and yeah, Cham is already scouting for it, so he certainly is expecting the possibility of the 2 racks and can sometimes be thrown off guard by there being no proxy racks. Either way, we got a Reaper coming out for Masa. And
I mean, you know, that Reaper is a rapper, I guess. You know,
exactly.
he can.
Yeah, so this map, big fan of this map. We saw it. That was actually game 1, Vindicta versus Cham. It went very late, like you mentioned, 28 minutes or something like that. And it's very big, a lot of bases. I think the most interesting feature in AZVT is that the third base is pretty exposed comparatively to other maps in the pool.
Yeah, there's actually a big area that the Terran can get kind of surrounded. So it'll be interesting to see which third base he goes for. But in the meantime, looks like the Reaper will come in and actually might take out the drone here. He might gonna make the assimilator save that drone. And he does sneak by a drone for that third base, so that Reaper won't be able to deny it. So nice sneaky play there by Cham. And he has decided to actually take the forward third base instead.
Yeah, it is a shorter walk distance, although it is kind of exposed near I mean, both bases are very exposed. But that base that Cham is taking, the Terran does have the advantage of being able to come down from the top of 2 ramps and hit the base. Either way, I think it's a good choice.
Well, for Cham, at least if he's going for the forward third base, he certainly can at least spread the creep faster to his opponent's side, because it is a bit more connected or more forward in terms of distance between him and his opponents. Now looks like Masa will go in with the Reaper and possibly... Nope, he does not actually go up in the ramp into scout. So he's kind of pretty much in the dark. It looks like only just link speed on the way. But interestingly enough, Cham has left the gases, the drones on the gases mining. So it looks like he might go for some faster tech than usual, or maybe a faster layer for sure. We'll see in the next couple of minutes or so.
That Reaper for Masa still not able to get into the main, so Masa is currently blind until he chooses to scan into the main. And it looks like Masa has a tech lab on the starport, so we're going to see a Banshee or Hellion. No, sorry, Banshee or a Cyclone. Oh my goodness, Banshee or Raven. I can't speak.
Well, actually, he's making a fusion core, so it looks like he's gonna go straight into battlecruisers. We did see in the first game that the battlecruiser play was really strong. It worked out really well for him. So he's gonna go back to that and hopefully catch his opponent off guard. Although there are a lot of queens out in the field thus far.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that last game, it seemed like the timing of those battle cruisers worked perfectly because there really wasn't too many queens out. So by the time the battle cruiser comes in, I think it's likely that there will be quite a number of very high mana queens. So that means he's not going to be able to do too much damage right away. There still is opportunities for Terran, of course, to get things done with the battle cruisers, but last game he was able to start really snowballing, game 1, he was able to really start snowballing damage fast.
This time around, it seems, yeah, Cham will be a bit more prepared. He's already spreading the creep and just waiting for that battle cruisers to get onto the field. And there's 2 more armories on the production, which means he is going to go full on mech behind this. Kind of pretty similar to the first game. But again, Cham is in the dark.
Yeah, Cham already starting that creep spread, and he will need to, as it is a very large map. And as Cham spreads out to 4th or 5th and 6th bases, the area that he will have to cover with creep is going to be insanely large. Though it looks like Masa, of course, going for mech means he is going to be mobile, but doesn't have to worry about drops and things like that, at least for now.
Alright, first battle cruiser is out in the map. Let's see if he teleports and where he teleports to. I think he just forgot about it. Oh no, he just teleported. And where did he teleport? Oh, to the
He jumped behind the main, so there's 1 spore crawler there, and it's going to go straight for the drones. There's actually 2 spore crawlers in that base, so he will get a queen and a couple of drones before he leaves. Meanwhile, it looks like Cham is preparing a run-by of Ling's, attempted run-by into this 3rd base. There are Hellions right up on the plateau ahead of him, but still going to be able to get some mule kills, possibly. It looks like he's going to pull back with the remaining Lings, as there are plenty of Hellions there to defend.
Wow, that is a lot of Hellions. I wonder if he's going to go for a Hellion battlecruiser timing, but I think he just wants to get his economy rolling as he's making a 4cc and trying to get that wall off. That is a lot of supply depots to wall that off.
Yes, the 3rd bases on this map are exposed for both players. It's going to be difficult for Terrans to defend, as, of course, they're extremely mobile with Ling run-bys in this game. And it looks like actually Cham is rolling in with some Banes for an attempted bust on this 3rd base, but that wall is complete, or is it complete? Yes, it is. So we will just explode those Banes onto the depots.
Yeah, unfortunately, you only have 4. It takes 5 to kill off a depot, so won't be able to break that completely. Masa will be able to repair that with his SCVs. But in the meantime, looks like he's going to try and kill the creep tumors here, 1 by 1, which is pretty nice. Going to go ahead and back off just in case he overextends.
Army supplies are pretty even right now. Masa just being aggressive with the Hellion Cyclone force he's building up. Cham stockpiling Ravagers and Corruptors right now. We'll see if he wants to go into any other tech, different tech in this game. Right now, it's just Corruptors and Ravagers.
Oh,
and Infestor. Okay.
He didn't get the cancel on that 7 o'clock base, so 400 or 300 minerals gone for Cham. And oh, another teleport from these battlecruisers. God, I love those lighting effects.
Yeah, those are really cool. It's a great change. So yeah, great pickup there for Masa to just rob Cham of that cancel and delay that 5th base of Cham. Looks like Masa wants to be aggressive, and he's actually catching a smaller force of Ling Ravager, catching Cham with his army split up, and that's a nice win there for Masa.
Oh, some roaches, Ling and Bailing on the production tab, but will he have enough? Currently, the upgrades are pretty even, 1-to-1 on both sides.
There are 2 infestors with this army. Their mana is quite low as they were just made, so will be a bit before he can fight.
Yeah, he definitely wants to get those fungal growth on those Cyclones and Hellions so they can't kite him. Like one fungal growth on that clump of army, that changes the battle. In the meantime, looks like Masa is gonna actually queue 3 of his battle cruisers onto the left side. Might actually cancel this base once again, which would be a really nice win. That will pretty much even up the bases. But the Corruptors are there already. I'm not sure if it's enough though. I think it should be. And
He's going to warp in with the battlecruisers to the top right side, but he just lost a significant chunk of army.
Yeah, kind of teleported a bit too late there.
Oh, these tanks are going to siege just in the nick of time. I'm going to get some nice shells. An infestor or two was sniped there, but the Corruptors are swinging back with this army. I think Masa might have overextended a bit there. Okay, looks like Yamato cannons are going to do a nice job for now on these Corruptors.
Yeah, remember the Battlecruisers just finished their teleportation, so they can't teleport out of these Corruptors. But oh, actually, you know what? He's cleaned up pretty much all the Corruptors. But there are still a lot of roaches left over, which he can use to attack this base down in the near 12 o'clock position.
Yeah, it looks like Cham is starting to, he broke down the door into this third base, and there's not too much here. Only one tank at this base, and it's going to fall to Corrosive Vials. Cham's putting on the pressure. I think Masa will fall, because he just got a little bit too ahead of himself there. He needed to wait to attack with his army, with the tanks he added home, as his Corruptor, wow, his Cyclone Hellion force just got massacred without his tanks.
Yeah, and Cham not ready to go home. He is going to go ahead and get the first point on the scoreboard for himself. And that makes the series 2-1 currently. Of course, this is a best of 5, so got to get 3 wins in order to close out the series and move on to the finals. But let's go ahead again. Once again, let's go over to the Wikipedia page so you guys can see. This is a tournament that features the New Balance test mod, of course, and also has the next map pools, the next ladder map pools. So we get to see a kind of a preview of what's to come in terms of the newer maps. And of course, first place goes home with $100, second place $60, and then third and fourth place goes home with $20 each. And of course, we did get done with Group A on Friday, Group B on Saturday, and here we are on Sunday with the semifinals and the finals to conclude the Alpha Scrims special.
Yeah, and Masa is currently ahead 2 games to 1. Just Cham. See if Cham can win this game and take it to the ace match.
Yeah, and this is also featuring one of the newer maps once again. And at first glance, I feel like this base has so much areas in terms of the main base that things like Nidus Worms can possibly be more effective. And also, it does have the bigger ramp area where Reapers can jump in and out of the main base. So I think Cham will have to at least park an Overlord there just to spot it.
Yeah, and we really needed things to make Nidus better on these maps, right? It's kind of funny. But either way, I think with the Nidus nerf, it should be better. And players are hyper aware of the Nidus, of course.
Yeah, Niduses have been pretty much in the meta these days. And I think Blizzard kind of sees that and decided to up the Nidus cost from 50-50 to 75-75. Which makes it a bit more expensive. Not too much, but just a tad bit more expensive to get it. And then also it kind of, in the current patch, or the current game as it is, the Niduses, you can queue them up. So once you finish making the Nidus, you can actually make another one immediately. But with the New Balance patch, of course, you have to wait a couple of seconds before you can do that. I think 14 seconds before you can make the next Nidus Worm.
Yeah, good changes. And it looks like Masa, we were speculating on whether he would go for a Ford Rax this game, because he didn't do it last time. But he's going for a Reaper here. and we'll see if he can get a scout in.
Yeah, I like this. 2 games of proxy and then 2 games of no proxy. So kind of keeping it diverse, keeping Cham on his toes. But here we go. The first Reaper does get the first, the third Nexus, not Nexus, yeah, the third hatchery actually. And he's going to go ahead and maybe possibly get a drone or 2, but nope. The Lings will be there to defend.
Yeah, very quick third hatchery for Cham. So that will be a tell. Masa. And like we've been mentioning, we did have... Oh, that was 2 games ago, my bad. Fake out with the Roach Warren. So we will see, I think, perhaps the most standard game yet out of this series. There's no fakes, no proxy raxes. It's going to be a standard macro game, and we already have a lightning fast 3rd CC started for Masa.
Yeah, so he is gonna go full on macro here, possibly looking to go into the mid to late game. But again, it will be up to Champ to scout this. He does have 1 Overlord onto the top side, top right side of Masa. But again, because this map has a larger main base, it takes quite a while or quite a distance for the Overlord to get full on scout. And with Masa smartly parking 2 Marines, there is a really low chance of him scouting anything.
It's going to be close. We'll see. Yeah, it's like the Overlord will not manage to get anything.
Yeah,
Any vision there.
I wonder if on this map Zerg will probably go Ling or Overlord speed just to at least get better scouting, because it's kind of almost impossible to scout with your Overlord without speed on this map, I feel like.
Yeah, perhaps unless he goes in from a different angle, closer to the ram. Anyways, we have a tech lab on a starport again, so assuming, looks like we will have a fusion core already started, so we're going to see BCs again. Wondering if we would see Banshees, as 1 game Masa went for Banshees, game 2 he killed 15 drones, had a lot of success with that.
It will be Banshee, or not Banshees, Battlecruisers. Now the last game it didn't work out too well, as Cham was already set off with a lot of Queens and Spore Callers. So his defense, his Battlecruiser defense was pretty spot on. So we'll see if he can defend against the Battlecruiser. Now the bases are has a much larger distance between them, especially the natural and the third. So it'll be hard for the Queens to travel back and forth. So it'll be really important for him to connect his bases with the creep. Make sure that his Queens are able to walk a lot quicker in order to defend against the Battlecruiser.
Yeah, and Masa doing a great job so far with denying fresh creep tumors, already hampering that creep spread, as we are in a slightly shorter map than a map like Nightshade that has a very long time before the creep spread reaches. It only takes a few creep tumors, and Zerg essentially has half the map. It looks like we've pretty much seen part for the course here for Chen. We've got a Spire and Bailing Speed on the way as well. So Ling Bainuda again for Chen.
Yep, and like the last game, looks like Cham has defended against the Battlecruisers no problem at all. Although he might have a bit more trouble with this 4th base here, as there are no Spore Callers, but the Queens are there, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, great play to pull the Queens up north using the Battlecruiser flying up there, and then coming with the Banshees into the middle to snipe creep tumors. Strong play for Masa. And we see starting to produce Cyclones right now, and switching from he's only producing 1 Battlecruiser. He's going into Liberators, and I like this a lot. Battlecruisers, they're good, but they're still kind of situational in terms of how much damage they can get done. So you can sometimes overinvest into Battlecruisers, and it's a bit of dead weight you have in your army, especially as the Corruptor count gets higher. Liberators are a bit more versatile, so I like to see the choice of him switching after only building 1 Battlecruiser.
Yeah, and we do see that he is getting the Liberator upgrade to extend its range. Now, we used to be, I believe, in the tech lab on the starport, but they changed it so that it's in the fusion core right now, so it's much easier to research. So that's a nice change, although they did nerf the Liberator a little bit, making it max range decreased by 1, so it doesn't siege as long, but it's still pretty good to get the range, which is exactly what Masa is going for right now.
Alright, looks like Masa actually, Champ, trying to set up a little bit of a encircling around these Hellions, and he's doing a nice job. He got some good Baneling connections. It looks like Masa will escape with a significant amount of Hellions. So, good setup by Champ, but a better response by Masa.
Yeah, it's quite difficult. I mean, just Hellions and Cyclones are just so mobile that they can kite fairly easily. So you either need a bunch of lings speed lings to catch them and surround them, or you need fungos to stop them in their path.
Okay, so we got starting to see some Baneling connections on these Hellions. They're starting to get chewed up as the supply of Cham is down a little bit here. But he's on 3 bases right now. Okay, I actually thought he would be on a 4th by now. He's a bit behind economically if we... so he needs to get that 4th base started pretty soon, as Zerg is soon to be on 5th bases.
Oh, we do have a nice little flank, but again, once again, the Cyclones and Hellions will squeeze out just in time. And we do actually see Burrow coming from Cham. I wonder if this is going to be for burrowed Banelings or maybe for burrowed Roach. I don't think he has the burrowed... Yeah, wait, does he have the burrowed Roach upgrade? No, I don't think so. So I think it's probably going to just be for Infestors or for burrowed Banelings or something.
Got a Liberator in the main here, being annoying to Cham's front. Getting a lot of drone kills there. But it looks like the army of Moss is getting... really starting to get eaten through here in the middle of the map. Cham is trying to put some pressure on this position. There are Liberators that are going to be able to siege up here, so I think Moss is going to be okay for this 3rd base, but just getting his 4th base now could be an issue.
Oh my god, total of 30 workers going down. Cham was not paying attention to those Liberators. There was one against, like you mentioned, in the main, as well as I think 2 in the natural, so a bunch of drones going down. And now Masa has the worker lead, which is never a good sign because Terran, on top of the workers, does have the mules. So gotta give the edge to Masa in terms of the economy there.
Yeah, and that's really good from him. He was down on bases, and I was worried about that. But the problem is that he's getting 2 bases right now, and he has plenty of workers for this state in the game, so he's going to be just okay on that front. And those Liberators, that's a crazy amount of damage done. That just kind of resets the advantage I think Cham had in this position. Now, Moss is really putting on the pressure. So, great play from him so far.
Alright, looks like both players once again are settling down, establishing their bases. Masa trying to establish his north side base at the 12 o'clock position, as well as the one at the 9 o'clock position. So he's kind of expanding everywhere. But a Battlecruiser jumps into the main base, gets cleaned up fairly quickly as the Corruptors were there already. But there is another Liberator at the next to the base at the main, sieging them up. Additional drone kills for a total of 33 in this game. And oh boy, he's actually bringing his Hellion and Cyclone army here to pretty much take down this base.
Yeah, Masa is maxed right now, and tank production is just starting now. The amount of Cyclones he has right here is getting to be very scary, Cham to deal with.
Yeah, it's not a good sign when the meching player is maxed out while the roaching player is not maxed out. That's certainly not where you want to be as a Zerg.
Yeah, and Masa is effectively on 5 bases here. And the thing is that he can still, a couple really bad Baneling connections can put him in a bad spot. And actually a good engagement for Cham so far. Just needs to pull back. Not evened up the supplies there. Liberators and tanks are here, however, and that's kind of the icing on the cake for this mid-game mech army for Masa that's going to really lock down positions for him. Cham taking a fight up at the top of the ramp, not a bad angle to defend as he can get some nice corrosive vials. But the Liberators and the tanks on the backside are going to catch a lot of these Banelings before they even get there. Still, looks like Cham starting to eat up a lot of Masa's forces.
Ooh, that was pretty scary there. There was a lot of siege tank and Liberator sieged up. But Cham does manage to clean that up. But again, once again, the Liberator is sieging up, causing a nuisance. And he wants to take that down right now. Yep, there we go.
Yeah, look at the worker count for Masa right now. He's up about 15 workers to Cham. That's plus mules, like you pointed out. So that means that Masa's army looks comparatively small, and it looks like Cham's taking good trades. But it might not even matter, as a 5-base meching Terran has so much rebuild potential.
Yeah, look at that. He's still ahead in terms of the overall supply, despite losing his army. But he's got to be careful. These roaches at the north side can put siege on this north side base, which is not, interesting enough, is not actually a planetary, it's a orbital. Would have loved to see him make a planetary there just for extra measure, but looks like Masa is going to go for the attack, going to siege up a bunch of tanks as well as Liberators, pretty much cutting off the reinforcement point. But there is a nice little force at the north side, but there's none at the bottom. Oh no, actually there's a few at the bottom as well. So a nice little flank to clean up the middle tank bunch, the bunch of middle tanks on the middle. But oh, nice little Hellion burning up the drones, and that increases the worker killed to 79 this whole game.
Yeah, those Liberators have really paid dividends in this series. I like that Moss is pulling them out. He hasn't used them too much in this series. But oh my goodness, even more drones going down. We're going up to 94 who's killed, and Cham is struggling to reproduce drones right now this late in the game still. Masa has not been taking the greatest of trades, kind of at this plateau above his very top right position. But still, he's been able to get so much economic damage that he's definitely recouped his losses.
Oof. I think this unit loss tab spells it all. Like almost 3,000 minerals lost for Cham, and that kind of shows.
Yeah, Masa continuing to expand, pushing even more CCs down into the bottom left position. Masa just continuing to take trades here at the top right.
Okay, I love this. Cham is actually setting up a little bit of a flank once again, minimizing the effects of the splash damage of the tanks, and will be able to finally clean this up, which is a really nice needed win here for Cham. And actually, he's gonna find this base at the north side, which is an added bonus.
Yeah, Liberators are going to siege up there, going to make that base defended very well. However, Cham, this is a large swell of Ravagers right now. And remember, the army supplies... the army supplies are heavily in favor of Cham coming into this fight. He has a lot of corrosive vials to work with. The tanks for Masa aren't here. They're sieged on the low ground. They're shelling up, but this base is locked down. Huge win from Cham. Can he use this to swing the game's momentum back in his favor? We'll see. But it looks like right now he's taking an extremely good trade.
Some additional Liberator harass, but again, the main attack is here at the middle base of Masa. And it's looking like it might be broken. There's a lot of Ravagers.
Yeah, there's no tanks right here. There's 4 tanks in the production tab at a time, but they just got all caught up at the wrong time. And when there's no tanks to defend, this many Ravagers can really roll over Cyclones, Liberators, and Spiders. Yeah,
that's the thing about Hellions and Cyclones. It's really good in the mid game, but once the game goes on, it kind of starts getting a bit weaker. Still nice economy harass with the Hellions and Liberators, but a lot of the Ravagers are getting on top of the tanks, decreasing the amount of tanks numbers.
It looks like another 10 workers have gone down since we last checked that. There are a significant number of tanks out right now, so I think that this Ravager force is repulsed. But now it looks like Cham is turning his gaze down to the bottom left position. He's got a ton of Lings running down there, and Moss's army doesn't... He needs more Hellions. He's actually broke right now. That's why he can't produce anymore. Yeah, ton of Lings going into the 5th, 6th bases of Moss at the bottom left, and I think that might be the nail in the coffin, as Massa can't mine to produce anything else.
Yeah, I mean, the economy right now for Massa is... I mean, he still has a lot of CCs and a lot of orbitals, but...
Okay, sorry. He has a ton of mules down at that very extreme bottom left. Missed that. So that's keeping him afloat right.
Yeah, that's his only saving grace at this point. Now, with all the economic harass, interesting enough, Massa's still ahead, as the Liberators and Hellions were just super effective. And Cham, in the end, wasn't able to manage to break Massa. So, as long as Massa stabilizes, you know, start producing more tanks, which he is, I think he should be fine. Although, I don't like how his expansions are not planetary. They're actually orbital, so it makes it harder to defend.
Yeah, and I don't like how Massa is still kind of pulled up at his natural with all the tanks there. Defending that really means nothing right now because he's not mining at the base. He needs to move his tanks and Liberators down to this base position so he could have defended this, and he's not. He's going to lose this mining base for now, and luckily Cham doesn't know about that base on the very bottom left, otherwise that would be dead right now. Okay, it looks like he is slowly moving his tanks up to take that base up at the 12 o'clock position. That's good. And he has a lot of SCVs that are long distance mining. He's going to try to land at CC again at the 9 o'clock position, but okay, the Ravagers don't notice it. They could have killed that easily. The Liberators, though, continue to be so strong in this game. 125 drones killed. Latest tally.
Oh man, that is tough. But
looks like Cham is going to see this CC at the bottom left, but there is a army at Massa now ready to defend this somewhere. We'll see if he can. Good corrosive bile so far. Cham is ahead in army supply and worker supply right now, so Massa, even though he's been getting insane economic harass, I don't think it's going to be enough.
Yeah, I mean, Cham, I feel like, is abusing the immobility of the tank. This is a really large map, so it's hard to position your tanks everywhere to defend. You need to like have the right amount of tanks to defend and sieged up. And Cham is just like attacking top, left, right, bottom, everywhere. So it's, you know, Massa is only able to send his Hellions and Cyclones to defend, which is seems like is not enough. But looks like there's a little bit of a roach attack at the bottom as well as the top, catching some more units. Oh boy.
Yeah, this is pretty much GG for Massa right now. He's not even mining. Oh, barely mining at his third base location. That's it.
And once again, I feel like nobody, I mean, to be fair, all these players haven't played on this map enough, but I feel like this map, every time we play on it, nobody seems to want to wall off on the ramp areas with the rocks to make it easier to defend, but it makes it easier for Zerg to just sneak in there with Lings and Roaches to do harass. But yeah, looks like Cham will even up the series 2-2.
GG. Very well played. That was a fun back and forth game, and the critical point came when Massa lost map presence there. When he was able to continually put the pressure on Zerg, meant that he could mine, of course, uninterrupted and not have to worry about harassment, and then just get insane economic damage. But it seems like, I have to go back and look at that game because it was very interesting. But Cham was able to just get a really sick trade where he essentially was able to get a base for free because Massa's army was out of position.
Yeah, I think Massa probably would have served him well to start putting a lot of sensor towers, because that map doesn't have a lot of watchtowers, and it's such a big map that you want to make sure, especially since you're playing mech, to make sure that your army, your tank are all placed in the right position. And so sensor towers, I think, would be the key for Masa to play mech on that map.
Yeah, definitely.
But looks like we have our 5th game being played on Eternal Empire LE. And of course, as 11 just mentioned, there is a bug on this map. There is a rich Vespine Geyser base that is can't be taken because there is a little doodad that's blocking it from being taken. So yeah, once we get into the game, we'll show it off. See where, to show you guys where the Vespine gas, the rich Vespine gas, isn't able to be taken.
Have we seen this map? I don't think we have last time.
Well, we definitely saw it in Group B because Zeno was pointing that out. But I'm not sure we played it on Group A. I don't remember.
I don't believe. Looks like Masa may be requesting a
map change.
Okay, I think so. Looks like they're going to coin flip to see who can pick a different, I believe.
All right. I guess while they're doing that, want to give a shout out to Bradford, Odie Fellow, as well as AGM 7550, as well as S100 Loose for the followings on the Twitch. Guys, if you haven't yet done so, give us a follow on our Twitch, where we host a lot of different events. You can get notified whenever we go live, or if you don't want the notifications, just you can turn it off as well. But yeah, it will be awesome if you can go ahead and give us a follow. And also, speaking of a shout out, let's go ahead and shout out to one of our sponsors, 24 Hour Fitness. They have been around for 30 years. This time of the season, it's getting cold, guys, so going out to go for a swim is not the ideal situation. So you can go ahead and get a membership to 24 Hour Fitness. Take advantage of their indoor swimming pools. You can try them out with a free 3-day pass. Check them out, see if you like it, and then you can, if you do like it and want to continue, you can sign up for their membership. So yeah, show them some love. Thank you to 24 Hour Fitness for their awesome services as well as their amazing support.
Looks like Snoopy need to leave.
Oh, sorry. I was giving the shout out.
Okay, cool. So our first best of 5 went to the ace match, which is very cool.
Yeah, we're starting off this really competitive semifinals. And of course, guys, make sure to stay tuned in because we have our second semifinals, which will be Antis versus Australia. Oh, nice. Another 20 bits from Sniper SC, the bit master here.
Snoopy got to join Matt.
Oh.
There we go.
All right. Looks like there's going to be a change of map here. It's going to be on Zen LE instead, because they don't want to deal with the bug, I suppose.
Cool. Yeah, it makes sense. Don't even have to worry about that. Think about how it's going to affect your base expanding. So going to Zen, and Zen is the map. Yes, it is, with the weird situation in terms of the second and third base, where it has that partial wall. You can block, I guess, with one building right outside the natural base. It's like Masa starting right away. The mind games is definitely a 2 racks. It's great. Love it. Yeah, so Masa started off the series with two racks, or no, yeah, 2 racks in a row. So then he switched and went for standard Reaper play. So it's an interesting way to play a series. I don't know how you feel about it, but certainly means that Cham has to be prepared for either option in both games, and he can't play really greedy. He can't really be too greedy because he's got to be prepared for both options.
Yeah, I think with the Masa reputation of proxying racks, it definitely would be smart for him to not go too greedy. And you know what? I love this proxy position because throughout the series, we see Cham sending his Overlord to the outer edges, but not to the middle. You don't usually.
This is smart.
Yeah, so this.
Oh, no, but Cham's doubling back though. Oh, he's not. He deked the Overlord around it, and we'll see.
No, he does not see. Oh, he does see.
No, but he sees. Could be a scouting SCV.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, this is strong play from Masa right now. And it's funny because it's very common, of course, when you're saying you're trying to fake someone off that you're not cheesing, that you will throw that message out at the beginning of the game. So this is just great play from Masa. This time he's starting the first bunker closer to the hatchery.
Oh, I love this. He's blocking the ramp area, so he can't even get the surround on the Marines. He's just waiting for the bunker to be finished. Oh, man. Yeah, look at that. He can't even get a surround on the Marines, so this bunker is definitely going up no matter what.
Yeah, and the bunker will be able to reach that spine as well, and presumably we'll get the spine down. We'll see if the Marine getting blocked here. That's nice drone play from Cham. But that bunker soon is going to start. Yep, going to range that spine crawler, and man.
Oh my God! Look at that. He's rallying the SCVs behind the mineral, behind the bunker, behind the mineral patch, so they can't get sniped off with the lings. Oh man, this is a sweet play.
Oh, and he unloads and snipes the spine, or will he snipe it? Okay, he will not snipe it.
Oh, so close. And he snipes it.
Nice play from Masa. Now we can just keep unloading. Man, this is absolutely so abusing this map. It's great.
And Masa, he said it from the beginning, you can't win without 2 racks, and he was right.
Okay, he looks like he's trying to deal with this loading situation. Because there are a few lings going in, gonna poke on Masa's base. So we may send a few ones back. We'll see. Okay, but right now he's just kind of not doing much. I'm surprised he's not actually trying to push, because now there's going to be a spine crawler finished, and it's going to be hard for him to deal with. Lings are at Masa's base. He's going to have to pull SCVs to repair the bunkers. And it looks like Masa deciding to just abandon the 2 racks.
Oh, interesting.
Salvage the bunker and just pull back.
I feel like if he was more aggressive, he could have actually maybe taken down the hatchery.
Yeah, I don't really understand that, because when you look at, of course, it was extremely cost effective. He only lost 2 Marines, and he only killed 1 drone. So I think in the end it's a very effective, but of course you have the penalty of your 2 racks as being that. But I think in the end, still very good for Masa. But I think you're right that he might have been able to get a bit more done if he had, unloaded the Marines on the other side and then funneled the other Marines through the bunker.
Yeah, it would have been really, really cool. I would have loved to see that, but looks like he's just gonna go ahead and back out and just follow up with a second base. Well, actually a third base, actually 3 bases, which is pretty smart, because he actually forced Cham to defend, make those spine crawlers. So he knows that there's no incoming aggression. At least it's not very likely. And now Masa's just gonna go ahead and macro up and starting to wall off that little ramp area where the mineral lines are, so that no links can go through. And yeah, just will transition to a Hellion, as well as adding a Liberator.
Yeah, it looks like Cham is going for Muta this game, which is interesting because he does know that Masa has been necking. So, however, it looks like this game is the game that Masa decides to go bio, so it might not work out too well with Cham's choice of going Mutas. Excuse me, probably won't work out as well for Cham.
Oh, we do have a 4 Hellion and drop into the main base. And what does Cham doesn't have much. He doesn't have any. Oh, he only has queens, so he will use those queens. But
okay, good drone stack. We have 6 killed in that engagement. Not bad.
Will he drop in here? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit of a suicide mission there, seeing that there's a spine. Okay, nice damage, getting a scout. He saw the spire, so now he can react accordingly. He's got 2 E-base going down, so we will have turrets soon. Stim's about halfway done, so he's in pretty good shape to react to that. Actually, users are popping right now. There's actually a window of time where they could probably harass the main before turrets come down. We'll see if Cham goes straight there.
It looks like the Hellion medevac was a distraction, as the Liberator does hit the back of the mineral line of the main base. We'll get a few extra drones. Nice,
yeah, it looks like
nice.
turrets are finished anyways in the main, so not going to be a big factor unless the muta ball, unless Cham really commits to mutas.
Oh, it does take a pick off 1 Mutalist. Cham definitely wants to save as much Mutalist as he can, because he did invest in them quite early. So want to make good use of them before they die off. Now, it's not super committed. He's actually transitioning into roaches, getting those roach speed as we speak. And ooh, nice pick off of a tank by these Mutalists.
Yeah, very strong. That's actually pretty significant if Cham was going to go on the offensive.
Yeah, especially since Cham is going for, Cham going for roaches. So, you want as much tanks to defend against those.
All right, so Cham keeps these Mutalisks alive. He's only lost 1. If he keeps them alive, he can definitely have some utility with them, but of course he's not. He's only committing to 7, which I think is smart, and he will continue to try to harass here. This third base for Masa, there's not too much here, so there's going to be even more damage done by these mutas.
Yeah, and I think at this point, I feel safe to say that these Mutas has paid off.
Yeah, it's a little bit sloppy from Masa, to be honest, to leave that third base completely undefended. And it looks like Masa going with 2 medevacs across the map, going to try to draw. Cham is on 4 bases right now. He's just got the 4th. It's not powered up. He's on a 3-base economy, though.
Yep, and for the first time in the series, we see a Nidus Worm. And does Masa respond in time? Oh, actually, he doesn't have vision. Oh my god.
This could be huge. Yeah, absolutely no vision. And there's 2 medevacs across the map right now. So, yeah, Cham's not in a good position. Excuse me, Masa's not in a good position. Morphing Ravagers, too. Corrosive Biles on the top of that ramp are going to be mean. He's already throwing down creep tumors as well. The Mutalisks are here. I think that this is basically just going to be a forfeiture of this. Okay, no. He got the tanks up there, and Cham's going to go back. Interesting, but still, good damage done.
Yeah, and he did get at least 1 creep tumor, so he staked his flag onto the base of Masa. But there is a medevac drop into the main base of Cham, getting a lot of damage done. Roaches does finally go home and defend, but there is another nice worm at the the main base of Masa. Does get taken down fairly easily. So a lot of back and forth here, but so far I think the game is pretty even. Although Masa is actually, as I say that, Masa is ahead by 20 workers, which is not good for Cham.
And Cham does have his army supply lead, though. I'm actually surprised that Cham didn't morph Ravagers before he went into that Nidus. Then he could have got preemptive Vials down to keep the army out of the main, but he just chose to play it safe and move back. And now we're going to have a lot of Vials potential on this Bio army. And actually, Masa getting a little bit ahead of himself there just to stay in range of the tanks. We'll see if Cham... Oh, looks like he's pulling the trigger right now. There come the Corrosive Vials. They missed the tank, though. And as long as these tanks are in this position, I don't think Cham's going to commit to that.
Yeah, now Masa, he can't afford to pull the SCVs if he needs to. He is way ahead in terms of workers, but I don't think he even needs to. Looks like he's pretty safe now. He's defending against the Nidus worms pretty well. He's even got a Marauder at the main base to spot that the hidden area, I guess, the area where the initial Nidus worm was planted. But yeah, I mean, Cham's stuck on Roach Tech. It's not looking pretty good for him.
Yeah, the thing is, though, is that if he can take some really good fights, the crucial thing is that Masa's tank count is now a point where attacking into it is not feasible, pretty much. Okay, unless the Corrosive Vials land, some pretty good Corrosive Vials, but still, though, just too much Terran, and Masa takes the series.
Wow, what a close series. Both players playing really well, but unfortunately for Cham there, he will be eliminated. But hey, at least he goes home with $20, so not too bad.
Yeah. Thanks for playing as well, Masa, if you're watching. Of course, after. But yeah, thanks for playing. It was a lot of fun to watch you play.
Yep, so looks like Masa will advance to the finals. And we will head into our next semifinals, guys. And I am excited because it's going to be two of our own players, Australia and Antis, duking it out.
Yep, 3 of the 4 players in the final 4 are Alpha X players, which is very cool. All right, we're going to get a PVZ. So, TVZ and a PVZ in the semifinals, 2 premier matchups. Very cool.
Very cool indeed.
Good to see Sunday in the chat. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, thank you guys for tuning in thus far. It looks like we have a good amount of viewers, 52 currently.
And Bradford as well. Good to see you. And Alpha B. I don't know who's running that account. One of our guys.
All right. While they are setting up, or actually while 11 is trying to find Australia and set up the lobbies, let's give a shout out to one of our sponsors, GameStop. We wouldn't have events such as these without the support of GameStop. They've always given power to the players, and now they're bringing it specifically to esports players. They've opened up a new state-of-the-art GameStop Performance Center in order to help players with development, with the coaching and training. It's actually a pretty cool building. I did check out some of the pictures there. They have a lot of computers as well as training areas, and yeah, they've been dedicated to creating original content in order to help engage the esports community so that gamers can unite and share their passion for esports while celebrating their love for video games. So yeah, head on over, check out the GameStop Performance Center, and also check them out at GameStop.com. They have a lot of deals every day, every week, every month that you can definitely take advantage of.
You know what I'm really annoyed by? Is that Snap is taking forever to move the chess game.
Wait, that what?
Sorry, so random. Chess, Snap,
Uh-huh.
taking forever to move in our chess game. I'm just kind of getting tilted by it a little.
Oh.
I hope Snap's watching, because then we'll see if he comments. And Sippy Cup is here. Good to see you, man. Team Sippy Cup's valiant leader. Yes, very proud of everyone contributed to the bronze match win today. We got third place in the season of All in Nidus. It was a really good season. We pulled together a long streak of wins at the end of the season, and got into the playoffs and won a quarterfinal match and got to the semifinals. So very proud of everyone there.
Yeah, and good showing by everyone, and hopefully we can even go further next season. Do you know when the next season starts? Or
well, the mean number of months that it takes between seasons is only 8. So, and usually there's plenty of false starts, delays. So I don't know. So Tech 4 announced that he's going to try to find someone else to do the league, as he doesn't have the time and passion to do it anymore. So that's going to be a kind of a lengthy process, because he wants to interview people to see who can take the league on. So it's going to be a bit. I'd say I'd put the over-under a bit starting in May or April, something like that. Probably later than that.
Oh, okay, I see. Well, at least there were some good changes, I feel like, in this past all in the Nidus, because the one gripe I had with the team league was that there was a 3-minute stream delay, and I always felt that it was too long. But this past season they changed it back to they decreased it to 2 minutes, which I'm really happy about.
Yeah, that was a good change. Smart. Super Dude saying what's up. Hope what's up to man, and LB as well. Do you know who is running that account?
Which one? The Alpha B?
Yeah, is that Zarek or something?
I'm not sure.
Is that Sushi's burner account?
No. I think someone signed into the second stream.
I want to know who it is.
And forgot to sign out or something. I don't know. But anyhow, we are about to start our next semifinals. It will be on Ephemeron, and countdown has begun. So get your popcorn, get your juice box. We're about to roll out.
Legally snuggled into this production. You wore a oversized jacket, even 90 degrees outside, and all the employees know that you're smuggling in food, but you're doing it anyways, and that's fine.
Yep.
All right, in the top corner, we have the Blue Protoss representing Alpha X. It is Estrella.
And spawning at the bottom right, also representing Alpha X, it is the red Zerg player, Antis.
Antis, of course, a long time member in Estrella. It's getting to be long term now. It's been about a year, I think, since we've had him.
Yeah, we've had both players for quite a while now, and have a nice showing. And recently, Antis has been getting some nice results, so I'm excited for this matchup.
Yeah, and PvZ, it's fun to see that as well, because seeing how the balance mod affects it, we've got of course, the adept change, which I think is one of the biggest changes. So I am hoping that we see more adept play, conversely, more gateway pressure plays because of those changes, is my opinion on it.
Yeah, and you know what? I feel like Adept pressure with glaives could actually do a lot of damage on this map specifically, because again, the bases are just so spread out. You can actually maneuver your adepts back and forth throughout each base, and it'll take a while, especially if the Zerg doesn't connect creep to their bases. It's gonna be difficult to hold it off. So we'll see if Australia does go for that.
Yeah, that's a very quick third hatchery from Antis. Started before 2 minutes. And we'll see if when Australia scouts that, what his reaction is.
Well, so far, it looks like he does. I mean, everything he sees is looking pretty normal. No quick Baleen Nest or Roach Warren, so I think he's feeling safe enough to go ahead and start the Stargate. So he's gonna go ahead and do the air Stargate build, which is pretty common these days. It's kind of the meta in PvZ, going for the Stargate.
Yeah, I like Stargate a lot. Really like the Phoenix Oracle play. Just, you know, the Phoenix, of course, giving you a lot of utility, pushing away Overlords, and then the Oracle as well can catch some drones here and there.
Yeah.
So I think.
Oh, sorry.
I'm a big fan of Stargate.
Yeah, it's a pretty safe one. Safe build, very versatile. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of balance changes for the early game air units for Protons. Like, there's no changes for Orcos, there's no changes for Phoenixes. That's usually the units that they get. And then even the Void Ray, which you could get early, their changes doesn't come until the Fleet Beacon is done, and you can research the Void Ray new upgrade. So yeah, there's not too much changes in terms of the early game air PvZ.
Yeah, Estrella just did not have a very successful campaign with his adepts. He lost one and only killed 4 rings. Not too bad. Got some scouting in. And we've got a Oracle out as well. 2 Oracles on the way.
Yeah, so the idea, I feel like, is, as we've seen this multiple times, we have a Phoenix lift off one of the queens, and the adept, or not the adept, the Orca will start sniping off those drones. And luckily for Australia, his Spore Caller of Antis has yet to be finished, although he is actually waiting for that second Oracle, it seems like. So I guess by that time the Spore Caller is finished. But we'll see how many drones he can get with these 2 Oracles.
Yeah, if he commits to it, and there's only 1 queen, he might be able to... Okay, actually, fortunately for Estrella, he is going to be able to kill one of Antis' Overlords that was scouting back. Now Antis does know that it was Stargate, though, and he can react accordingly. See if Estrella, where he goes in with these Oracles. They're moving into the main. And here is the Phoenix lifting up a queen. And it looks like Estrella is going to activate the Matrix and go after the drones. And activate it again, go into the natural. And 8 drones killed. So overall, very good damage for Estrella.
Yeah, the really important part is that he saved both Oracles. None of the Oracles went down. So that means he can build up back the health life as well as the energy. Get some stasis ward later on if he wants to. Maybe even get some additional drones with those beams. Or if he wants to, revelate the Zerg army to see where it is out in the map, or even scout any tech that the Zerg is going for. So really nice save there on the Oracles as well. And it looks like he's going to follow up with 2 Oracle Harass, or not Oracle Harass, 2 Adept Harass in the War Prison, which is going to be pretty nice. But he needs to deal with these bunch of links out in his natural, in his natural. But here we go, the Adepts are flying in.
Okay, here we go, and presumably more will be warped in shortly. Glaives not being researched, so we don't know how much he's committing. Okay, so I guess truly just 2 Adepts. I think he's gonna leave with these. Still, nice damage. Additional 4 drones going down. Antis expanding to a 4th right now. And looks like he's going for Hydralisk at this point. Also potential lurkers later on in the game if he wants to. And for Estrella, he's establishing his 3rd base economy and adding on 6 more gates, getting charge, +1 weapons, and getting into his immortal production as well. So both players, we're heading into the mid game. I think Estrella's done some good harass, but Antis has reacted pretty well, and both players are in pretty good positions.
Yep, and I really love Austria's building placement at his 3rd. That is a really sexy looking wall.
Yeah, exactly. You can really shut down rundowns and funnel lings into that small area. Shield battery placement is good as well. You can hit the probes and the far minerals. It's good walling.
Oh, some nice 2-queen pick off by these Oracle and Phoenix. And yeah, just small little wins here by Austria here and there. And as you can see in the units lost tab, Austria only lost 1 probe and 1 adept, while on Antis side he's lost almost 1,600 minerals worth of units. So that's to go along with 17 drones total. So these little wins here and there are starting to add up here.
Storm being researched as well. And it looks like Estrella being in High Templars, and I think a lot of them are going to be saved for Storm. And he's already got 8 High Templars here. It's going to be a lot of Storms. So I think Estrella is going to be aggressive right now. And is there a War Prism out? Yes, there is, of course. Right, he had it earlier. So he's going to be pushing across the map with his army, and it's not huge, but he's got a ton of Storm he can do a lot with. I don't think he's going to be able to get too much done, though, because the lurker count is quite high, and lurkers are very scary. All will come down to how the storms go down. And Antis needs to react to this and get a good burrow at the top of the ramp. If he does, I think he shuts this down effectively. Yeah, Estrella's going to pull back here and wait. Oh, but it looks like meanwhile some Zealots are running by the 4th base of Antis. Looks like not going to commit too much. Pull back. Alright, here we go. A small force of Estrella is meeting up with Antis.
Oh.
Nice force fields.
That was a really nice pick up there.
Estrella currently on 4 bases as well. So doing well economically behind this, but here's the thing is that workers are so good in PvZ right now. So the problem is this small force of Estrella could get easily walloped by these lurkers. He's not careful. Estrella continuing to be active on the map. Got his Phoenix patrolling around, killing overlords, and some Zealots ready to poise to go in for unbuys. And Estrella wisely not engaging the bulk of that lurkers. Going to kill a few roaches as they're separated from the main enemy.
Oh, and that does Estrella actually see this 5th base here? Nope, does not see it. If he knew about it, I think he could snipe it, force field the ramp area, the bridge area, and then just snipe that 5th base. By the way, these bridges area, it reminds me so much of the bridges in the Brew War maps.
Yeah, this is something that used to be extremely common in those and some older maps. It makes Antis' choice for going for lurkers really smart because, I mean, good luck attacking into a base like this when there's lurker sieged up. Oh no, okay, looks like Antis getting a good lurker siege and Estrella's army is just... Oh, but some great storms, though.
Oh, but he's got to be careful. There's no... Oh, wait, there's actually an observer. He could have actually gotten on top of the lurkers. But just going to play it safe. And he does finally see the 5th base. But the army of Antis will be able to come over and defend it. No problem. And, ooh, we have some air transition carriers out in the map for Australia. Getting the +1... air upgrades as well to go along with it.
Yes, Strea's going to have... Looks like he's going to try to keep fighting with this army, take some good trades, but also trade out some supplies so he can continue carrier production. That's what he's doing. Okay, he's recalling with some of those immortals. So saves those. And resumes carrier production. He's going to have 6 once the 3 that are being produced pop.
Warp Prism managed to get through to the main base. I'm not sure it's going to survive to get additional Warpins. Only Warpins, 1 Zealot, so pretty much a freebie there for Antis. But it was a distraction as he has 2 Zealots attacking the 5th base of Antis. But the real battle is out in the middle of the map. The storm is going down.
There's no observer here. There's no observer here to see those lurkers once they burrowed. And there's not too much mana for storms left, if there is any at all. Okay, there's 1. He needs to warp in some more Templars.
Oh, nice revelation. Reveals all the lurkers. At the meantime, there is a Zealot run by into the natural, getting a lot of damage done, killing off the Roach Warren. He wasn't able to kill off the 5th base at the 8 o'clock position. But action going around in the map, a lurker in the natural of Australia doing some economic damage, but with the revelation, it will get killed off easily. But so many back and forth by both players. And I think he will finally get the 5th base here with this charge that run by.
But we'll see if Estrella can defend this base location. He's going to have, looks like, 7 carriers right here, and most of them will have full interceptors. That is a lot. But he doesn't have a lot of storm mana right now, so it's pretty much going to be just the carriers. Lurkers sieging up in a pretty good position. Not great, though. They're not getting a lot of probes yet. Those carriers are getting right onto those Hydras and doing very well.
Yeah, with the balance, the new balance, the carriers actually recharge their interceptors a lot quicker. And now he's just waiting for the storm. So he's going to actually sack his base and just wait for the storm and more additional charge lot. But there's so much damage with the south side base of Antis with the Immortals and charge lot. And I think he will be able to clean up. There's no observer, so this lurker will get some free pot shots. But I think with the Hydralisk reinforcement, he should be able to clean this up. But
yeah, boy. I don't know. This did not go well for Estrella. I mean, he did a little bit with that harassment with the Immortal Zealot, but he lost that base a significant number of probes and a lot of carrier interceptors. Estrella is pretty poor right now. He's mining on 2 bases pretty well, but that's about it. And it takes a lot to reproduce these interceptors. Oh, no. Estrella, be careful, please. He loses 1 carrier instantly, but some storms are here to back it up. Man, these Hydras are so effective against the interceptors.
Yeah, and like you said, Australia doesn't have a big bank, so he needs to be careful with these carriers. If he loses these carriers, it might be GG. But there's still a lot of storms. Oh my god, so much storms going on top of the lurkers and Hydralisk. Does he have enough, though, to snipe off this base?
There's not too many storms left. This is a very micro-intensive army for Estrella. Kind of felt like he really had it to make something work there, or else he was going to get even more behind. He's got more carriers being produced and a fleet beacon as well. So Estrella's going to retreat and try to stabilize, get his mining base up again. Luckily for him, Antis has not expanded too much. I think looks like he's sending a drone to expand right now. And interestingly, the map doesn't have a ton of more expansions. I think if this were Nightshade, then Zerg will be able to explode. But maps are, I think, maps can be in favor of Estrella. But anyways, got another fight here, and there's a lot more storms banked up. Some great interceptor play, getting on top of the lurkers. That was cost effective there for Estrella. He's actually morphing a lot of Archons. I actually don't like that. I'd like to see him saved. Storms are going to be a lot more cost effective here.
Alright, the upgrades for Australia is about to finish. +1 shield as well as the armor. So it looks like Australia is getting ready to attack. He is maxed out. So this might not be the worst time to attack, actually. But there's still a lot of Hydralisks.
Antis really has not expanded on pace to what he needs to be.
Oh!
Great lurker positioning, though. It's going to kill a lot of these Archons. We'll see. Okay, good storm there. Does he have a couple more good storms? Yep, good one there. And I think that Astray has done it.
Oh, especially with that mothership giving the cloak to those carriers. And well done, Australia takes game 1 of this best of 5 series.
Yeah, I was a little bit deceived because Antis had some good wins there in that game. In terms of army trades, but he didn't expand behind it enough. His army, he really struggled to reproduce on the same level that Australia was.
Yeah, it looks like Antis had his 5th base denied, initial 5th base denied, and it took him a while to get his 5th base, his other 5th base. And then when he did finally get it up and running, he got sniped off with some Charge Light and and Immortals. So yeah, just overall there was a lot of back and forth by both players, a lot of harass here and there. But I think Australia had the better end of the harass, so was able to mass up enough carriers. And when you mass up a lot of carriers with Storm underneath, that is really tough to break.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so Astray going up 1 game. It was a very competitive one, and I could easily see this, this best of semifinal going to the 5th match as well. We did last time, which would be very entertaining.
Yeah, it's
but it would mean our night would be long.
Yeah.
Yep, and the finals is a best of 7, of course, so a bit longer. Okay, here we are on Zen. And do you think that the map's going to impact players opening build orders here, Snoopy?
Well, certainly we've seen Australia in the yesterday's group. He went for, or what was it? Was it the first group, Group A, or no? I think it was Group A, right?
I don't remember.
Yeah. So basically,
what did he do?
Basically, he went for the third. You see the third base as his natural. So he kind of forgot the base next to his pylon currently. And he was trying to take a risk. I think the idea was that if he secured the third base as his natural, then his third base at as his regular natural would be easier to take as the game goes on. But the question is if he could actually hold off the any aggression in the early game. And unfortunately for Australia, there was a bunch of Ling aggression that broke through, because that natural ramp area with the mineral lines, with the 2 mineral patches, there's actually an opening. So it was like it's really difficult for him to hold off that ramp, as well as the huge ramp at the third base, because that third base ramp is huge and wide. It takes a lot of buildings to wall off.
Yeah, that's right. I'm sure Astray will not make that mistake again, as it was a confusing. We thought it was a full wall there. So Astray, of course, walling off at this location and taking his natural in the correct spot.
Yeah, so if you take the base at the regular natural, as you can see, much easier to wall off. You just could wall off with the 2 buildings at the side and then park your units next to the mineral patch. Alright, so we'll see once the cybernetic core is done what tech Australia goes for. Will we see him go for the Stargate like last game? Because, it certainly worked out for him. He got the win there.
Yeah, and I really liked the way he played. It was very patient, waited for 2 oracles to go in, and then he went in for the exact correct amount of time to kill 8 drones, but not take any damage on his oracles except for shield damage. So, very well played, and see if he does a similar attack strategy with his Stargate play.
Yeah, those oracles did a lot of damage, early game damage, and then of course following up with the 2 adept war prism harass, it just added up to a lot of economic harass and damage. But looks like we have the first adept coming in through. Will he finish the clone into the natural? I don't think so. Just gonna go ahead and scout how many drones there are. And, oh, actually he does let it finish. He will go ahead and try to scout as much as he can in the main base.
Just unfortunately for Stray, he will get out with that Adept, which is nice. He did lose the first Adept last time. Stray's got a probe out in the middle of the map, which is interesting. I think he... Okay, looks like he probably was moving that probe out in case the Adept got denied. Stray is going for with Phoenix first, like he did in last game. So they're going to snipe that Overlord before it can go into the main and get a scout.
Yeah, it looks like the same build here as last game, which I like because that Phoenix lift with the Orko harass is pretty good. If you get enough drones, but even if you don't get enough drones, at least you still have your Orkos to help attack later on or defend if there is a huge Ling aggression at the Protest's third base. But it looks like with the wall off, as I'm looking at it from Australia, it seems his natural third base will probably go into the bottom, kind of more forward. So we'll see if he can defend that area as the game progresses.
Interestingly, Australia attacking with one Orko this time. Still going to be able to get 2 drones, 3 drones. That's it though.
Oh, second Orko right there. Spore Caller just going down, but this is his timing window to get some damage, but it looks like he's actually focusing on macroing as he is setting up his third base. So, unfortunately for Australia, missing his opportunity to get some additional drones, because that was a base that actually had a good amount of vulnerable drones for him to pick off.
Just going to go in here anyways and stay for 2 drones and pull out. Right, and like we saw last game, those Oracles still, of course, do retain utility throughout the game, giving him good scouting information. I think if I saw that correctly, he actually produced a 3rd Oracle, so interesting.
Oh yeah, he's actually made 3 Oracles, so let's see here. I mean, he could definitely lift off one of the queens, but it looks like he's actually going to do a double prong air harass at the main, possibly. Nope. Oh wait, actually no, he's gonna plant down some stasis. Oh, stasis ward! Oh, just barely escaped there a little bit, but does get 4 drones there.
It's like 2 Adepts going to be shading into the natural, see if they're just scouting ones. Nope, they're going to finish. Take out some drones. 10 drones have gone down in this game so far. And oh no, it looks like Estrella, with what has to be a misrally, has an Immortal out in the middle of the map. He's going to have to recall it. It's unfortunate for him because he needed that mana later than for the recall for this upcoming engage. I think Estrella was planning on doing an attack, and now he won't be able to use a recall.
Yeah, but luckily for him, he at least distracted him long enough to plant another stasis at the main base, so some additional drones being frozen. And currently looks like 10 overall drone kills for Australia, so not too shabby. And it looks like he will go ahead and try to go for an attack. And actually, this 4th base is pretty out in the open. He can actually force field the ramp and just snipe it, I feel.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, there's a Hydra Ling here, and Hydra Ling is going to be very effective in dealing with this little excursion up here. There's no Warp Prism either, which means he's not going to have a whole lot he can do. Actually, a Queen for Antis, maybe getting a little bit exposed.
Oh, okay. So the lesson here is, guys, if you're gonna take that lower base, you might want to actually mine out the little 2 mineral patches in the ramp area, so that you can actually go down a lot easier.
Okay, I think Estrella is pulling back here, and I just realized that Estrella, interestingly, taking this base and not the about 3 o'clock base, which is interesting. I'm gonna also take the, say, 1 o'clock one, right next to his main as well, which has a very small choke, which you can easily wall off. So it's something of note. And actually, Antis going for lurkers again.
Oh, this is
Putting on pressure at this third.
yeah, and the storm upgrade isn't finished yet. It's near done, but a lot of high tempo is being sniped off already. Oh boy.
It is being thrown out, but the lurkers, once they get entrenched, are so hard to deal with. Okay, storm is done. 2 storms going down on the Hydras, not doing too much. Okay, he's actually morphing an Archon, and here we go. Got about 3-4 storms here. Throw him down, Estrella. Okay, he's just gonna clean it up with the morphs. Good play.
All right, and now we see Australia's actually researching for Blink. You don't see Blink being researched this early, especially when you go for Charged Lot, Immortal, and Archon kind of composition with High Templars. Usually, you know, because you're not really using Blink, but I mean, it's really good against Zerg players that go for, you know, Broodlords. So you get at least have the Blink to blink under the Broodlords, snipe them, and then use your the rest of your army to defeat the ground army. But Infestation Pit just finished. Little run by here at the north side, but good defense there by Australia, planting down 2 cannons as well as the shield battery. And now it looks like Australia is looking to put on the attack here. There's a bunch of lurkers, so he's got to be careful. But there are oracles to revelate the lurkers, so that's pretty good and helpful.
I think Estrella going to be moving up and to try to attack from the north side here. I think this is a much stronger position here. Antis is having to unsiege his lurkers and resiege, which now means that they are wide open to be stormed. Here we go. Very juicy storm for Estrella so far. And oh my goodness, it's just, he's lining himself up to be stormed. Antis lost a base and a ton of supply. I think Estrella can make this fight work now, killing all the morphing lings at the 4th base. Estrella is out for blood.
This is such a... I mean, there's not a lot of Zealots to buffer, but so much Immortals. Still a lot of energy left on those High Templars to storm. But you gotta be careful. He doesn't want to get concave by these Lurkers and Hydralisks. If Antis spread the Hydralisks well enough, he can mitigate some of the storm splash damage. There are actually a few Ling Rumbais at the third base of Australia, getting some kills, but not too much. Gets cleaned up relatively easily by those charge lots. And here we go. Nice, some few force fields. Not too bad, but a little bit of a whiff. Storms a little bit better there. But oh man, these Lurkers are quite low on health.
Yeah, good storming so far. Also, meanwhile, the 5th base of Antis was shut down by warping and zealots, and now he's forcing some of the units of Antis to pull up and fight in the main. Estrella is being extremely cost-effective right now. And we can see when we look at Antis' bank, he's barely being able to produce right now. His gas is extremely low. Remember that lurkers are such high gas units. Also loses so much gas when time Estrella kills lurkers.
Yeah, and I love this. Australia keeping up with the multiple prong harass. He's trying to attack at the 9 o'clock position, and Antis just GG's. He knows there's just too much damage done throughout the game by Australia. I mean, Australia was maxed, and Antis was at 150 supply. So yeah, that was a pretty tough. And you know what? I gotta give it to Australia. He made use of that map. You know, that map is so good in terms of multi-prong harass. And Australia just made really good use of it.
Yeah, and the Stasis Ward was the icing on the cake there, as possible for Antis to defend that natural location. Very strong play from Australia.
Yep, and that means Australia will go up 2-0, 1 game, 1 win away from heading into the finals. And who wouldn't love a Australia versus Masa finals?
It'd be quite fun. It is nice, though. We are guaranteed to not have a mirror finals, which is nice.
All right, one of the familiar maps will be our next game, Triton LE. And thank you, Sunkai 7 for the follow. We have a bunch of follows tonight, which is awesome as always. And again, as Alpha BSE2 put into the chat, there is a Matcherino link as well as a code to add 50 cents for free to the overall prize pool. So you haven't done so yet, yeah, feel free to go ahead on over to the link and donate to the prize pool. The players definitely would appreciate that, I'm sure.
Yes, they support it. And we are moving on to Triton. Is an interesting snow-themed map. Seemed to be a phase for a while. We got a lot of these snow-themed maps a while ago.
Yeah, the snow-based maps are like some of my favorites, only because they're usually well lit.
Yeah, I like that. Also, I like desert maps. Where usually you see the units very easily as well. Okay, and we'll see Estrella predicting will go for Stargate, as he's been able to have such good utility with it in the past few games. Of course, it is a best of 5, so Estrella might try to pull something out. He does have a 2-game cushion.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Australia pull out some crazy builds or something just for the fun of it, because, I mean, like you said, he has a good 2-0 lead. He can afford to kind of throw a game here and there if he wanted to. Plus, it keeps Antis on his toes.
Yeah, and I like the choice from Estrella to prioritize Storm games. Not something, Storm used to be like one of the integral parts of a lot of strategies, and it's just cool to see Storm be prioritized like that. It means your army is micro-intensive, which I like. The old school Protoss micro death balls.
Yeah,
which live or die by how well your storms are.
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, one of my favorite parts of Brood Wars was casting storms, because
exactly
those Brood War High Templar storms were so deadly that it just felt so good.
Yeah, 2 storms kill a tank. It's nice.
It's crazy. Oh man, imagine in StarCraft 2 if Storm can kill tanks in 2 shots, 2 storms.
Yeah, it wouldn't work. It works only in Brood War because like the units are so big that it affects less units than it would in StarCraft 2.
Ah, okay, yeah, I see.
Yeah, it'd be funny. Well, Estrella is going for Stargate, but he produced a Stalker after his first Adept. Or no, he didn't. Okay, he scouted with the probe. And often when we see a Stalker being produced, it can mean that we're seeing some sort of 2 base gate pressure, because the Stalker will shut down the Overlord and prevent it from scouting, and that will often lead to something like 8-gate Adept play or things like that. So interested to see if Estrella pursues that. He's also producing an Oracle right now, instead of his Phoenix first, which he hasn't been. So he's actually choosing to get a faster Oracle, which means he might be able to get a few more drone kills out, potentially. Sorry, that's his second Oracle. His first Oracle's already across the map. So, and that Oracle already has 1 kill.
Okay, looks like he did get scout of the Robo, so he knows that there will be a Robo out in the field soon. Twilight Cancel being thrown down, so I feel like your prediction of that 2 base type of push is kind of commencing here, as it'll be interesting to see which he goes for, whether he goes for charge, upgrade, or maybe some glaze, but we also seen him throw down blink timing where he go for a mortal, sentry, and blink. But I think it's because his robo was a bit later. I don't think it's going to be that type of push. I think it's going to be involving some type of charge lot or adepts. Or actually, you know what? It just might be a War Prism Archon drop.
Interesting, yeah. Got the Templar Archives being thrown down. It's 2 oracles at the third of Antis. We're dancing around. They're going to snipe a queen here. It's quite nice. Preventing larvae from being morphed there. Antis canceled his eggs.
Ooh, that was pretty scary because those lings were about to surround those stalkers right when the depths were shading out. But luckily for him, he cancels the shade, was able to move back his stalker in time. And here we go. Looks like Templar Archive has finished. Forge being thrown down. 4 High Templars being morphed in. So definitely 2 Archon drop. But he's got to be careful. There's actually a few Hydralisks on the production tab. If he's not careful, he get his Warp Prism sniped off.
Yeah, there's 2 Archons, though, and continue to work units in. With the Oracles as well, I think there's a real chance that Straya can put some pressure down at this base. Okay, here are the Archons, and they're getting right on top of that Warp Prism. Man, that Warp Prism is low. But coincidentally, it means that those Archons are getting in a lot of work. Kind of costly, though. Estrella lost in 1 Archon and 1 Oracle to kill quite a number of Hydras. So good trade, but he needs to keep that Warp Prism on.
Yeah, a few months ago, the Warp Prism liftoff range was decreased by 1, so it's a bit tougher for Archon draws. So you gotta be careful, make sure you don't lose it. Extra careful compared to a few months ago. But here we have a few links trying to put some pressure on the dirt, but with those 4 adepts, I don't see that happening. And looks like both players are just gonna go ahead and macro up, getting the third place established for Australia, while the drones are being produced for Antis, as well as the upgrade, the +1 range, as well as the Hydralisk range. So his Hydralisk will be able to. Oh, gotta be careful with that War Prism. Ooh.
See, what were the first 2 maps played on, Snoopy? Zen and something else, I forget.
I don't remember. I'm sure you can see in the VOD though.
Okay, well, it's Sugar's asking. Sugar, if you say, I know Zen was one. Zen was the first one. I can't remember. Second.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Sugar, you can go ahead and watch the VOD. You should be able to see which map was played on.
Alright, so it looks like Estrella is getting into Colossus tech right now. Thermalan's halfway done and producing his Colossus. So, I think Estrella is in a pretty good position. He got some decent damage done with that earlier harass. Players are settling into the mid-game right now. Estrella on 3 bases. Hopefully soon to take a 4th, and Antis force on the way.
Yeah,
Here we go. Estrella moving out, though. He's still got his War Prism, so he might be able to force the issue at this 4th base.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to get canceled. And this is right before Lurker Den is done. And despite the change on the Lurker Den, where it's easier to get the Lurkers, takes a less time to get that building up.
2 depth shaded into the natural, though. And getting some good drone kills. There's no storms with this army, though.
He's going to rely on the Colossus for the splash damage, but he only has 1 Colossus, so you got to be careful. He's going to have to make sure he force fields correctly. There are no Ravagers out in the map to break those force fields. Oh, got to pull back the charge out there, and GG.
Wow. Yeah, the Zealots were rampaging at the 3rd base. So, man, Estrella. 3-0. Dismantling of Antis.
Yeah, completely different series compared to the first one, the first semifinals, where it went to the 5th and final game. But yeah, Australia just looking so dominant, and it's a shame because I feel like Antis has been playing really well as well. So I don't think the 3-0 is reflective of his play right now. But Australia just it's just his night, so he will be able to advance to the finals to face against Massa, which will be coming up right up next.
Cool.
All right, guys. Make sure you grab your snacks and your drinks, because, and also any pee break if you need to, because this next series, which will be a best of 7, is gonna be sick. We're talking about Massa and Australia, 2 great players.
Let's get some predictions. Let's put our money where our mouth is, Snoop.
All right.
I'll go first.
All right, cool. Who you think?
I'm gonna say. I feel like Australia's playing pretty hot. I'm gonna say Australia wins 4-2.
4-2. Not a bad prediction. You know what? I might have to actually go with that too.
Okay, so man, I wanted it to be different.
You know what?
I'll get juicy.
Yeah, you know, I'll go Australia over Massa 4-3.
Okay.
I feel like it's going to be a close series. I don't think it's going to be a walkover.
Yeah, I think Massa will be able to take some games off for sure.
Yeah. If you guys have any predictions, type it into the Twitch chat. We would love to see what your predictions are. Do you think this is going to be a walkover, or you think it's going to be maybe a 4-1 series, maybe a 4-2 or 4-3 like me and Gorgonath predicted, or you got Massa winning as well instead? So yeah, we'll love to see your predictions in the Twitch chat.
All right, while we're waiting, I'm going to get some water real quick. I'll be right back.
All right, no problem. All right, so while Gorgonath is getting some water and while these players are doing the map vetoes, I would love to talk about 24 Hour Fitness. They are located over 430 locations nationwide, so you can pretty much find them anywhere. They're all fully equipped with weights, cardio machines, pulls, studio classes, and more. By the way, I checked out some of their classes. They got a bunch of classes for different stuff. They got yoga, they got strength training, they got core training, stamina training, a bunch of classes for different things that you want to take part of. And they also provide awesome personal trainers that can help you, create a free fit plan that revolves around your schedule, around your life, in order to deliver the results that you're looking for. So go ahead, check them out. 24 Hour Fitness, great time to start getting healthy. New Year's is coming up, so I know a lot of people's New Year resolution is to get more healthy. I think 24 Hour Fitness might be your answer. Alrighty, looks like we are getting underway. All right, it looks like we have one prediction from Zane on. He says Massa wins. Australia has bad PVT. Oh man. All right, relatively bad, of course. He just much stronger in PvP and PvZ. Yeah, I mean, his PvP is pretty strong, and I say PvT is pretty good too. So, I mean, you make a good point. I think his PvT isn't on par compared to those 2 other matchups. So yeah, I could definitely see the reasoning behind that. Do you have Xenon? Do you have a score prediction as well, or are you just saying straight up Massa wins, whatever score it may be? Would love to know if you have a score prediction to go along with it as well.
All right, back.
All right, welcome back. Just in time. Looks like you should start soon. All right. By the way, guys, we do have a match only page. If you guys are not aware, Nightbot should have been posting it throughout the night. There's a match only link as well as a code where you can donate 50 cents for free. Doesn't cost you a dime, but if you do want to pay out of pocket, you could also as well. So yeah, just check check out the Matcherino page, and you can also buy some merchandises as well as do some sponsor quests in order to donate additional prizes to additional fees to the prize pool. So basically, you go over there, do the sponsor quest that involves maybe retweeting a tweet or following a Twitter channel, and then they'll donate additional, like maybe 20 cents or 30 cents for free to the prize pool as well.
Okay, so are we? I'm confused. Are we ready?
They're still doing the map videos, I think.
Oh,
and,
okay.
Yeah, and then they were also I think they're discussing about the Game Heart mod or the WCS mod or something, because you can't have two mods at the same time. You gotta either choose Game Heart mod or Balance mod. And of course, we're doing the balance test, or we're playing on the balance patch test mod thing, so we can't, create a different mod. All right, looks like Sugar is going to bed, so hopefully, he says, hopefully someone will update the rest of this page once Austria and Masa finishes. Thank you, Sugar, for updating the page, and have a great night, man. And looks like we have Sanka7 hosting the stream with 1. So we appreciate the host.
Yep. Have a good night, Sugar. See you later, man. Appreciate all the admin work you've been doing. And I would update the Wikipedia page if I knew how, but that is one of the beasts that I have not tackled. There's always done the Wikipedia pages stuff for me.
Yeah, I dabble in the Wikipedia page from time to time, but the advanced stuff I don't have any clue about, so I just refer to like people like Cynical Death and Kasim to who has more experience with that.
Yeah, they need to like child-proof spreadsheets when I use it, because I always mess everything. You've seen enough Google Sheets that I've screwed up because of trying to fix things.
The fun times.
Yeah. Which actually, sure, Sniper Sniper deals with the CTL stuff now, so I don't really have to do it too much, except for All in Nidus.
Yeah. We used to have so if you guys in the chat don't know, in our team we used to have a spreadsheet that we do in the Google spreadsheet, where we list all our events in order to keep up, make sure we're organized and stuff. And yeah, it got to a point where it was just too much, and also not a lot of people were using it on a consistent basis. So we recently decided not to kind of do away with the Google spreadsheet and just kind of do it in the Discord area.
Oh yeah, that was I was so bad. I almost never remembered to actually put stuff up there. I mean, all in Nidus cast this year, I think I remember twice.
Yeah. All right, here we go, guys. Game number 1 of this finals between. Oh, I guess let's go ahead and do the player intro before I introduce the players.
Okay, all right, sure. In the top corner, representing Alpha X, it is the Red Terran, Masa.
And spawning at the bottom right, we have the blue Protoss player. He is Australia.
Right, this is a best of 7. Masa, we know he is capable of cheeky proxies. We do not have that for this game. So, interesting to see. This is a PVT. And we've seen a lot of more TVZ and ZVP, at least the days which I casted. I think yesterday you guys had Zaun and Masa, which actually Zaun beat Masa. So I think, which then, of course, Masa went on to beat Zaun in the final match. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think, yeah, Masa's showing that he can be beaten in PPT, obviously. Looks like someone in the chat said that he predicts Masa to win because he thinks Estrella's PPT is not too good. But I feel like Estrella's playing pretty hot tonight. I think I still feel more comfortable with Estrella.
Yeah, I mean, either way, I feel like it's going to be quite a close series, but we'll see. But yeah, he did make a good point. I feel like Austria PVT might. I mean, it's still. I feel like it's still good, but maybe not as good as some of his other matchups.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, you mentioning Zaun from yesterday, Group B. I have never ever seen Zaun play. Never heard of him, but you know, after I saw him play yesterday, I was impressed. He's a pretty good player. I mean, defensively, he's on top of it, and I feel like he could have easily have gone into the semifinals because he was just playing like a beast despite losing, you know, to Masa in the end.
Yeah, I remember him. He actually was a pro league player.
Oh,
Back in the day for T1, I think.
Okay, I guess that explains it.
Yeah, he was. I was actually, when I saw his name on there, I was kind of surprised. I thought, of course, you know, he hasn't been in the professional scene for a long time, but still, that was at one point among a very high caliber of Korean players. So that's very impressive.
Oh, we have a nice shade in here by Australia. Will deny some mining time from these SCVs for just a bit until he has enough to defend against it. And looks like an early tech lab from Masa on this factory. So looks like he's gonna rely on some tanks and some tanks to defend against this early CC play. This is quite an early CC, especially in this matchup where you usually see the Protoss player going for the early third instead of the Terran player. So he's gonna go ahead and try to get away with it and rely on the tanks to defend.
Yeah, and Estrella just shut down that Reaper, and he is going for Blink Stalkers. So interesting to see. Actually, very. I think it's very cool that Estrella is going for Blink. I'm a big fan of Blink Stalkers. Of course, they used to be more popular, more prevalent. Don't see them a ton anymore. But if Stray could make something happen with Blink Stalkers, that would be quite fun to see.
Yeah, I think a Blink on this map is pretty good actually. With the large surface area on the main base, you can definitely blink up a lot easier compared to other bases, I feel. And actually in the chat, Alpha B SE2 says Zaun is a 6.4k MMR player on Korea. And does well in Omni League, so, and he's the ex SKT1 player, so yeah, so he's pretty good.
Yeah, remember that he was a pro league player. And yeah, Estrella looks like he's not committing to. We'll see. He's adding in more gates, but he's also adding in double forge. No, he canceled the second forge. Excuse me. Yeah, so it's really not feasible in the current state of the game to go for. I shouldn't say it's not feasible. It's not particularly common to see blink all-ins, and of course Estrella is not going for that, but there are still possibilities that he can get some utility out of blink stalkers in the early phase of the game, but he's still, of course, taking a third, getting forge, and immortals being produced as well. So it's a very light commitment to blink stalkers.
Yeah, it's just mainly to kind of keep Masa back at his base. Make sure he catches any medevacs if he sees one, just to harass here and there. And then while he's kind of establishing his dirt base, I mean his dirt base is already mined out in terms of the mineral patches. Starting to add some additional gases for possibly some additional upgrades, as well as start to transition into higher tier units such as the High Templars or the Colossus, or maybe even the Disruptors.
And Estrella was moving his observer in, and he spotted the fact that Masa has a tank in that medevac. So Masa is looking to move out and establish his third base, and the small number of Blink Stalkers will not be able to contest that at all.
All right, so actually, you know what? This observer is really nicely placed, as he will be able to see the move out of Masa, and it's going to force him to actually go ahead and start harassing with these 4 stalker group. Of course, 4 stalker is a one-shot SCV, so that's the optimal amount of numbers you want harassing. And here we go. He's going to blink in.
Yeah, we'll see if Masa goes back for this. Probably won't. Yeah, he's committing to this pressure. And he's got a tank in there, and I think he may. And of course, Estrella does know about this, but that tank is going to be in a really good position. And unfortunately, those force fields kind of working against Estrella there, because that tank kind of insulated that tank there.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and back up. Maybe warp some additional units. He's got a nice spread there. And here we go. He's going to go ahead and get on top of the tanks. Might blink on top of the tank. Maybe snipe the medevac. Nope. He's going to actually just go for the bioforces. Oh, nice saving.
Oh, saved the Immortal. Nicely done.
Yeah, I love that. Making work of this War Prism. Nice.
Widowmine's not really detonating effectively. Masa looks like he's getting pushed back here, and a blink forward could snag a medevac or 2.
Oh, and a bunch of these medevacs gonna get sniped off. I mean, they're low on life, but definitely want to save all those medevacs, and gonna go ahead and back up as he's gonna try to warp some additional units. Storm just started, additional forge going down, and he definitely wants to get additional forge because he's relying heavily on the gateway units. So if you could get double upgrade running, that would be really, really sweet.
Yeah, I'm curious. Estrella looked like he was going double forge, but then he canceled it. Decided to go for 1 forge. But anyways, Masa coming in, 2 Liberators, and Estrella's on that, as Blink Stalkers there ready to repulse it. So overall, both players traded pretty well in that fight. Units lost tabs not too far apart in terms of net effect. However, Estrella's 4th is established, and that's going to put him at a pretty serious advantage very shortly. Masa's 4th is almost finished. Well, the CC is almost finished, so we'll be underway shortly. All
right, Storm about 75% done. The upgrades are running for Australia, but we do see a Ghost Academy for Masa going down, and that will definitely help against the High Templars that Australia is going for. And it's going to come down to some EMP and Storm micro from both players to determine who wins out in the battles to come. And oh, you know what? Look at that spread there. That map vision by Australia's really nice coverage. And here we go. Some Storm drops.
Oh, this nicely done. And the Liberators in a good position, but that fight did not start out well for Masa.
Yep. Oh, we do see a 3 Zealot harass at the north side. Before that command center can turn into a planetary, so nice little pick off there. Even though I say that, there's still 80 workers, or I guess now it's down to 77, 78 workers for Masa. And actually we have another harass there at the natural. Gets cleaned up relatively easily, but ooh, this army passing by in the middle. Gotta be careful.
Yeah, some force fields there, and Shiggy's own Gets a great storm. Oh my goodness. A blink forward. Pretty aggressive there. It looks like it's going to work out.
Gosh, this army from Masa doesn't look too big. It still seems so small, but I think he has a group at the north side. I'm not sure what he's doing. Okay, he's trying to kill off the 2 harassing stalkers. But he's got to group up soon because this army, it looks like he's looking to push soon. It's important to note that there are only 1 High Templar in this army. All the rest of the High Templars are gone. He only got 1 Storm left. But I think he might just have too much brute force at the ground.
Yeah, there's no storms left though. Estrella though, coming in really strong. He's harassing 4th base for Masa. It's a planetary that he's going to pull back. And this is really awkward zoning for Masa. I think Masa's going to lose this game with reinforcing warpins. There's nothing Masa can do.
Yeah, oh man, EMP goes down, but most of the army doesn't get EMP'd. There was a good liftoff, and more charge lap being morphed in right in front of Masa's face. Oh my god, the 3rd base is getting ravaged. A lot of Widow Mines joined the 4th, but there's just so much Immortals at the back and Stalkers that it doesn't really matter. I mean, another EMP, really nice, well-placed EMP, but more SCVs got pulled off the line. Oh man, he's down by 20 workers at this point. Another storm goes down, which is a really nice storm. And yeah, with the War Prism there, I think Austria might have done it.
Yeah, Estrella rolling in here to the natural, and GG is called. Estrella going up 1-0, taking first blood.
Alright, so that was a pretty standard PvT as it gets. Solid play by both sides. But I'm not sure, Gorgonath, what do you think went well for Austria that game that allowed him to pull off that win there?
Well, you know, Estrella defended really well. And first of all, he scouted well. So he was very prepared for Masa's attack. And Masa's attack on his 3rd base. So having the observer in, he was able to see that there was a tank, and this was going to be a push out from Estrella. Secondly, from that, he was able to harass while Masa was attacking. So he started out the game defending Masa's attack well, and then putting on harassment pressure. And then from there, it's pretty much a macro game in which Estrella had a slight lead, and then Estrella engaged really well from there.
Yeah, I think absolutely, like you said, was able to defend that kind of little 1 tank push really well. And yeah, it looks like our predictions off to a good start.
Yeah. Like I said, I think Estrella is, playing really well right now.
Yeah. And I'm going to have to learn how to pronounce this map name over time. I'm going to call it Simulacrum. I hope that is right.
Simulacrum. Yeah, sounds close enough.
Or we could just shorten it and call it SimCity.
Oh yeah, Sim.
Do you play SimCity, or have you played it before in the past?
No, I think actually, yeah, I have played it. It's been a long time though. It's fun.
I have actually never played SimCity, but it always looked interesting to me.
There was a game which is similar. It was kind of called Spore. I don't know if anyone knows what that is, but it's a creature building game, but you take a creature and you take it up through like the cell stage and the creature phase and like the tribe phase, and eventually you basically build a civilization. And it's kind of like SimCity, but it's more of like it has a wargaming element in it. But anyways, it's quite fun. I doubt many people have played it though. It's kind of a niche game.
Yeah, there's a lot of kind of things building games out there. Like SimCity is dedicated to buildings. Like you said, yours more of creature. And then there's other like farming buildings, and then there's some are like restaurant buildings. So yeah, a lot of buildings type games out there.
I feel like roller coasters. I've seen a lot of people stream that on Twitch. Roller coaster building games.
Oh yeah,
or like railroad building games too.
Yeah.
It's fun.
All right, so looks like a pretty relatively standard opening from both players. Although actually, you know what? As I say that, there is a rather quick factory out here for Masa, so I'm guessing. Yeah, it looks like a reactor. So I'm thinking possibly some Hellion, quick Hellion. Although actually, I just remembered there was a build that Masa did that is similar to this, where he went for just mass Marines. Or a big Marines, got some Widow Mines as well, and then went for a medevac behind it as well to help drop the Widow Mines. We shall see, but it looks like the factories will be switching off, so I'm guessing probably Hellion attack with the medevac. And you know what? I actually like this because, like I said earlier tonight, that this map just has a large main base. So things like drops, or maybe even things like Nidus worms, I feel like are a bit better on this map, where you gotta, it's up to the player and the Protoss player to place pylons on the corners of the map in order to scout. But so far in this early game, you don't really place that many pylons out. You don't need that much pylons with the supplies, so I could see this Hellion run by doing a lot of damage. But you know what? I'm looking at Australia's base, and it actually has a really nice wall off. So if you can plug in the space between the gateways and the nexus, that might be able to kind of block the Hellions from going in.
Yeah, and interestingly, Estrella's going for a Stargate. So we saw him do that on Friday when you casted Group A. Was it him? I think so. Went Phoenix in the PvT. It's quite fun to see. And it looks like Masa is going Banshee. If he's not careful, Estrella could really hard counter that, and he attacks before. If he is he's not careful with his Banshee moving around before Cloak. Looks like these Phoenixes and Adepts will be able to shut down these Hellions.
Thank you, Dusty, for the follow. You're following right at the greatest time, because we have a nice best of 7 match between Australia and Masa, and nice defense there by Australia thus far. But the real threat is actually the Banshee, the Cloak Banshee that is incoming, as there is no detection. I don't believe. Let's see. Does he have any oracles? No oracles, no observers. So these Banshees can do a lot of damage, especially since there's no shield battery in the natural base. There is one in the main base, so that should at least hold off some time. And it looks like Oracle is on the production tab, so you will be able to at least revelate one of the Banshees, which is really nice.
Yeah, and Estrella already got that Banshee really low. The Oracle is going to come out here very shortly. All the probes have been pulled, so good reaction from Estrella. Very cleanly done. In fact, having Phoenixes, it's one of the advantages of going them, is it allows them to react to things like that much quicker, and of course shut down the Banshee.
Yeah, the main thing you need is to make sure you have enough detection. But luckily for him, Masa decided to only go for one Banshee and stop at that. So that investment in the Cloak and Banshee did not pay off, especially since he actually, remember guys, he went for the factory first before the command center. So he kind of delayed his economy just a tad. Oh, thank you, Sushi, reminding me with the score. Appreciate the reminder.
I feel like there was an opportunity for Estrella to maybe engage into the natural, lift up the Cyclone. There's not much else there, but choosing to just play it safe.
Yep, it looks like some additional more racks. Stim is halfway done. Looks like Masa is transitioning into the mid game here with the third base turning into an orbital, and you know what? I think it's just Australia's freedom to just harass and get things done, pick things off, because his Phoenix are still alive. He's got the Oracles if he wanted to kind of snipe down some SCVs, and he's just transitioning into a really quick Storm with a charge lot, and a +1 armor is about to be done.
Ooh, and nice, he spots those Banshees. Guns them down very quickly. At least one of the Banshees. One of them is still up in the top right, burning through his cloak energy. And I think actually Estrella might snag that. I think he will. Okay, well, it's cloaked, so.
They're just playing hide and seek.
Anyway, Estrella is going up to take his 4th base in that location as well, so he is ahead. Nice margin economically. Blink, Storm, and upgrades on the way for him as well. Like I said, I really am a big fan of him going Storm. We saw it in the series against... Who is it? My goodness, just forgot his name. In the series against Antis, where he went for fast storms a lot of those games. So I like to see that a lot. And these Phoenixes are going to the main and actually going to target fire onto a tech lab, which is researching combat shield. That could be quite big.
Yeah, that is pretty big. It might even get the concussion shells. Oh boy, that's gonna actually delay Masa's attack by quite a lot, because he needs to research both upgrades as well as the tech lab, remake the tech lab.
Wow, it's gonna go down. That's a crazy amount of damage. Both concussion shells and combat shields delayed an insane amount.
Yeah, and it was only for 2 Oracle energy. He didn't even, Masa wasn't even able to snipe those Oracles, so he can come back later on and maybe even delay it once again. That would be so annoying. But yeah, this is just Australia's game right now. He's got the economy rolling. He's got the upgrade lead. He's delayed the upgrades of Masa's. So and it looks like Masa, he's gonna decide to go out despite having no combat shield, no concussion shells, only stim.
Wow, party of Marines going up north of that big gap here, taking a hard storm hit here. A couple of force fields, meaning a few more Marine kills for Estrella. So far, Estrella engaging this really well.
Yep, and remember guys, Masa doesn't have any ghosts out. He doesn't even have a Ghost Academy on the field, so for him to move out like this is pretty dangerous. The one thing I do like from Masa is that he does have a sensor tower. Remember guys, the one in the Antis versus Masa I guess game, the one thing that I was talking about is how this map doesn't have any watchtower. You can't really see any run bys, and with the bases so spread out, it's really good to have sensor towers I feel on this map.
It's funny, Estrella storming the air to kill that Banshee. Didn't have enough energy, or actually he did have enough energy, could have revelated with his Oracle. Either way, both players climbing into the mid game here. Pretty even. Estrella has had his 4th base for longer. He's getting a 5th now, but as long as Massa gets his 4th up on time, he should be in a pretty good shape. Looks like Estrella's maybe moving to contest them. Yep, he is moving up here, and oh my goodness, this opportunity for some great storms here. And the Phoenixes are still alive. They're eating these medevacs up. So far, no storms have really landed. Estrella, there we go. There's a good one. Estrella kind of waffling right here. Not deciding if he wants to take a fight or not. He needs to commit.
Oh, he's got to be careful. There's no more storms, no more High Templars with the army. Oh, actually, that's why, because he's actually transitioning to Colossus. Oh, what a great transition into Colossus. There's not a lot of Vikings out in the map, and yeah, this Colossus does do a bit better against Ghosts compared to High Templar. So this is a really nice transition there by Australia. He is maxed out, Korg.
Yeah, Estrella. Macro is always, if you don't harass him, his macro will be perfect. And that's a lesson that Massa may learn the hard way in this series, as this is the full force of Max Protoss rolling in. And here's the thing is that Estrella has a lead, but he's being extremely patient. And part of it is because he has 90 workers, so his army supply is a bit lower than you'd expect from a maxed army.
Yeah, it's actually even in army supply for a second there. Masa getting a little bit ahead in terms of the army supply, just because Australia was maxed out. But here, additional warpings, additional reinforcement, a lot of stalkers, 2 Colossus in the army, and all the SCVs being pulled, trying to clean up this army, but I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, so much cost efficiency from those Colossus means Estrella gonna get win number 2.
All right, Masa on the back foot now. If he isn't careful, he's gonna let Australia go up 3-0, and at that point, it's gonna be quite difficult to do a reverse all kill. There's a reason why reverse all kills are not really common, because it's very, very difficult to pull off. And it looks like Australia actually needs a 2-minute break, and I can't blame him, because these 2 games have been pretty jam-packed.
Yeah, and I'm also joking, how do I win?
That's the question of the century, guys. How do I win? Wouldn't we all like to know?
It's funny. Good to see Chili Boy in the chat, man. Saying Tropico. Yeah, I have heard of Tropico. I've not played it, but some good friends of mine told me it's a really good game. But yeah, good to see you, Chili Boy. For those of you who don't know, Chili, you played for us a couple weeks earlier on this season in All-Nightus. It was back in September or something now, so I haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you, man. Hope everything's going well. And appreciate the contributions you made for our team this season. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks to actually all the players that play in our team leagues, because that's commitment there.
Exactly. So far, Australia with a 2-0 lead. I'm feeling pretty confident about my prediction.
Yes, looking pretty good thus far. Although Masa can easily turn around. I mean, he's a high caliber player. He's really, really strong. He's been around the game for a long, long time, so he's an OG.
Yes, I've seen Masa play quite a bit, actually, in person too. Seen him at several Cheeseadelphias. It's funny, last time I was there, it's funny because in between games, most people were practicing, and he would just be queuing up League of Legends games, which I thought was funny.
What the hell?
Starkiller was like, I actually kind of like that. So funny. He would tab into StarCraft, play his game, then tab out and play League of Legends. I thought it was funny.
Wow, you don't see a lot of that. I think a lot of players just stick with StarCraft, make sure that their APM is good, their mindset is good, their play is fluent. But nope, it looks like Masa, he's a League of Legends killer or lover.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Masa does play a ton of StarCraft, and he's been one of the best of the North American scene for a long time, and now that foreign StarCraft is kind of at the best it's ever been in terms of skill level, maybe not in terms of tournaments, but in terms of how good foreign players are versus Koreans. Masa's been, he's enjoying this time period now where they can go toe-to-toe with Koreans, but he's been playing for a long time, and I guess you could say the dark ages where North America events like that and things were not on the same level as Korean players. So it's good to see him sticking around through all the years of StarCraft.
Yeah, for sure. And it's also a good thing to not overdo it. Whatever's things that you're doing, whether it's a sport that you love, whether it's a passion that you have, too much of something is not good. So I think it's good for Masa to, from time to time, as much StarCraft as he plays, to just like break free. Don't worry too much. Don't think too much about StarCraft, and then come back to it with some fresh mind.
For sure.
Ooh, I like this. Some pylon block. Oh man, I love this. This is so. And he has the bushes to hide, so his Reaper can't can't snipe the probe. Oh man, Australia. With some sexy play.
That's awesome.
You know what? I just thought of it. Like, if Lings or a Zerg player does a fast pull, you can actually use the pylon to block it and delay the Ling attack a bit. That'll be pretty helpful. So this is good to know.
Yes, might be possible to we saw that Estrella, or one time, was trying to go for a fast 3 bases on this map, and it might be possible to, if you do place a pylon to wall that off, maybe try to go for fast 3 bases in some situations. We'll see how the meta of this map works out.
Alright, looks like Blink is on the way. Reaper has yet to scout this, as Australia has done a nice job denying vision. But it looks like the Reaper will circumvent into the... Oh, actually no, those 2 buildings, I believe, actually walls off the cliff, so I don't... Oh, this might be close. Looks like a full wall off, but it might be one small space not fully walled off. I'm not sure. Haven't played on this map to know how many buildings wall off, but from first glance, it does seem those 2 buildings might... We'll know right now. Oh no, there's actually one more space that needs to be walled off there.
That's unfortunate for Estrella. Not able to get that full... What?
Huh. Oh! At the natural, there was a Ling Hellion run by. Okay, alright. Looks like that was very quick.
Okay, Estrella went for a fast 3rd, and... Wow, this is embarrassing as casters. Okay. So, essentially... Hold on, can I even rewind? I shouldn't be. I'm probably waiting for him. Okay. So, I guess Amasa just hit him with the timing.
Yep.
Or something.
Just caught him off guard, it seems. He only had, like, I feel like 1 or 2 stalkers in the natural, so I think with that, so many of his probes going down, Australia decided, you know what, I'm not going to play out. It would be too difficult to come back into the game. And plus, he has a 2-0 lead, so he can afford to throw a game or 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's only 2-1, so it's a best of 7, so
yeah,
of course.
And it looks like Masa was really happy to have won that. I feel like Masa is feeling like he's not able to win or something, or he's like outmatched. But you know what? Masa can do it. You just gotta get a bit of confidence, and I think he should be good to go.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to try to switch servers, but
Yep.
yeah, you have to change parties to do.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Some additional follows in the game. The Only Terror Toad, as well as Ender Sword with some followers, and we're close. We're close to that 600 followers. Appreciate it, guys. We are about to start our next game on Triton LE, which will be our 4th game, as the series is currently 2-1 in favor of, oh my god, 11 versus Gorgonath. Nice.
Oh, sick.
Sick. We haven't seen Gorgonath play in like forever, or if any. We are into a treat, guys.
So wait, just have to do something.
Oh man, this is funny. Hey, your first
I
win.
No.
I wonder, do you get any prize pool from this?
Yeah, I'm undefeated.
Oh yeah, you're undefeated. You can
Oh,
claim
that's
that.
because I had left the party already. Duh.
Oh, okay. All right, let's go ahead and I'll leave the party. Jesus, that was excited, man.
That would have been terrible. It would have been bad to watch.
Thus in the chat saying game-ending Reaper Scout. Kappa.
I know. That was embarrassing. Like, sometimes you get a little bit tunnel visioned into looking at something, and then you get just caught off guard.
Yeah, I was so entrenched to see whether that Reaper were able to jump into the cliff that I forgot. I did not catch the Marine and Hellion run by or push. So for the second, I did think it was a game-ending Reaper Scout. I was like, he got scouted by the Reaper. He's like so discouraged from it that he's just GG's out or something. But then I took a second glance and saw there was a big attack at the natural.
Yeah, that's what I thought. For my first thought was like Estrella had gone DTs or something, and he's just quitting because got scouted.
Yeah, it feel like something that Naniwa would have done.
Exactly.
Like,
wow, it's an old reference, maybe.
Yeah, he was like the first player. That first player that came to mind that was just GG out just because his tech got scattered or something.
Yeah, it's funny. Naniwa was great. Remember one time getting like super mad because he did like proxy gates, and then he was playing Pulp, did proxy gates, and like the crowd started cheering because they saw proxy gates. Then Pulp scouted the proxy gates because of the cheering, and then he got super mad and quit because of that.
Yeah, I remember that. It was so funny. And he also did the I believe he was the one that also did the pro brush or something.
That's right. He pro brushed Nesty.
Yeah, because the game didn't matter. It didn't really. It wasn't for anything. No anything on the line. He was like already eliminated or something, and so there was no point in playing it. So that's what's his logic of just pulling the probes, and I think he got suspended or something from it.
Yeah, I remember hearing that the Koreans didn't like it.
Yeah,
which makes sense because Nesty, their god. Tastosis, they love Nesty. At least they did.
I like to drink Nestea though.
Yeah. It's kind of a subpar bottled tea though, to be honest.
Wow, that takes us to memory lane there.
I think one of the first, or this was not first, but I vividly remember watching I Am New York. It was Naniwa versus Life. I vividly remember that series, watching that.
Oh yeah.
That was like Heart of the Swarm days. It was fun.
Yeah, sadly, both players are no longer in the StarCraft 2 scene.
I wonder if Naniwa even streams, because he used to stream for a while.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't think he streams anymore because I haven't heard about it yet, or at least recently. I wonder, like, sometimes I wonder, like, how the old school players would do nowadays, like Hydra or Huck or White Raw.
Yeah. Probably, well, just because they're not in their peak of their mental condition or mental physical condition, it probably wouldn't do too good. It's one of those things that's
Well,
StarCraft favors the young.
yeah, that's true. It was nice to see White Raw in Home Story Cup though. So he made
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, he made a little appearance. So yeah, he was my favorite player back in the day, the old days. So always nice to see him.
Stray going for Blink again. Which we are pro Blink. Well, at least I'm pro. And yeah, so Masa going for Biotank again, which Estrella's Hallucinated Phoenix is going to come in here and see the tech lab on the factory, so he knows that it's likely Biotank. So again, like last game, he's getting a scout of this, and I don't think he's going to lose to this.
Yeah, that's a great scout. Going to give him a lot of time to prepare, as his blink is about to be done, and he is look at that. He's moving out onto the middle, knowing that there is an incoming attack, and that is a great way to slow the push down. Maybe even force the tank to siege up in the middle, and just slow the push until all his upgrades and gateways are done in order to mass enough units to defend against this.
I would like to see him wait until Blink is done, so then he had an opportunity to really pounce. Oh, Masa, looks like he's going to try to... Oh, this is going to be disaster if he blinks. That Widowmine shot's going to be huge. He gets the tank, though.
Yeah, the main threat was the tank. He will lose a few units, but it did shut down this little siege area. So that's the main thing that you need to be careful of as a prototype. So just at least shut down the push, and he is doing a great job with it, as well as some nice Blink Stalker micro. Even has a shield battery behind it to restore some of the lost shield, and now he gets to start up charge lot upgrade. He's got his third running. I mean, look at Masa. His CC, his third CC is not even halfway done. So really good hold there by Australia.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that these pushes Masa invests into them, and the main thing he's investing is time that he's not macroing, he's not expanding. So, like you pointed out, Astrea's getting a third base lead, and that's been a consistent theme throughout Astrea's games, is that his macro is very strong. And, a lot of players' macro at this high level is good. No player that we've seen in the last 3 days has bad macro per se. But Astrea's is just always on time, and when players have not really punished that, then it means Astrea's going to be better than you if you're cutting corners, like Mouse is doing. So, obviously that's a little bit simplistic. It also depends on build order choice and different things like that. But either way, Astrea has been really strong, and he's even getting his 4th base right now. So that means that for a short period of time, he's going to have a base lead quite a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, his economy will be flourishing in just a moment, but there is an attack by Masa. So Astrea definitely don't want to be over greedy, and you want to actually start making units. He does have a Mortal for some few stalkers, but he might actually want to start warping in a few more units here.
Yeah, there aren't really any units besides gateway units here, and that's actually a little bit concerning. Okay, excuse me, is an Immortal, too soon to be out. But he's not rushing Storm, which I gotta say I don't like.
Well, as long as he can hold this attack, he will be ahead a base. So just gotta make sure this attack doesn't kill him, this push doesn't kill him. And the nice thing is that he's actually keeping some of the units, the reinforcement of Masa, back at home with this Warp Prism harass. And it seems like at this stage, with the upgrade finished for Australia, with the 4th base established, I think he should It's looking pretty good for him.
Yeah, I'd like to see Masa go for some drops, double prong drops. Look at how the bases are so spread out for Estrella. If he went into the fourth in the main with a drop, that could wipe out the lead Estrella has. I'd really like to see him do that. If Masa pursues that, I think that could be a way he could get back into this game.
Yep. And looks like we might have a little bit of a skirmish here at the outside of Australia's base. But yeah, Masa got to be careful. Doesn't want to lose his bio units.
Yeah, actually, Masa is dropping into the main right now. He's got Widowmines buried as well.
Oh my god, so many probes right there. Ooh, nice pickoff on the Medivacs. We'll be able to clean up the attack, but there is another attack at the outside of the Natural. Ooh, nice Liberator. We'll be able to pick off some units, but there are a bunch of shield batteries. Nice shield batteries set up by Australia.
Masa briefly depowered the forges, which means the 2-2 of Australia is going to be a bit delayed. Overall, though, we can see the income of Estrella is just superior. He is on 4 bases and has a worker league here.
Alright, this War Prison will be thwarted away by this Liberator. But as you can see, Liberators don't really kill War Prism. They just kind of tickle them until they recall back home. We call that the tickle effect.
Yes. Alright. Widowmine's behind Moss's army. He's got to be careful. He actually suffered a lot of friendly fire to one Widowmine drive earlier in the engagement. Doesn't want to let that happen again. But also, you know, I said this before, but I really would like to see Storm Mix in here. It's so cost effective. Either way, I think Australia's in a good position. He just chewed up a lot of Zealots, though. That fight went well for Masa.
Yeah.
Supply lead now.
It's getting scary for Australia. He doesn't seem to be tucking into higher tier units, and at some point, the bio units are going to get really, really strong against what he has. But there are a bit of a run by. A lot of Zealot charge lot harass at the main as well as the third, which is getting him a lot of workers. In fact, worker-wise, Australia is ahead by 30. And he is ahead by one upgrade on the armor and the attack. So it's still looking good for Australia. He's developed a good lead here. You just got to make sure he holds off this attack and doesn't die to it, which it looks like he should do without any problem.
Yeah, the blink forward, he's going to end up sniping the Liberators, and Masa has a less and less imposing army as he cannot enforce that. And the Zealots have just done so much damage. A total of 35 workers have gone down already, and they're causing so much havoc here. Actually, Masa is going to have to send his army back home to deal with this, and yes, wouldn't be surprised if Masa actually taps out here pretty soon. He's going for a Doom drop into the main, but Australia can just keep warping in, and he'll be perfectly fine.
Yeah, he has plenty of gateways to warp in. And look at that, warping in front of his army. GG. And Australia playing like a boss. Goes up at 3-1. One game away from winning the series. Although I hope Masa actually wins a game or two, because that will at least complete our prediction from earlier.
Yeah, it's my prediction 4-2, but I could see 4-1 happening. You know, I think Australia is definitely going to win in the next 2 games. It's possible that Masa can pull something out, but I think that Australia is looking pretty unbeatable right now.
All right, this next game will be featured on the World of Sleepers. So let's see how Masa does. Can he start the comeback here? All right, let's go ahead and introduce the players.
Okay, in the bottom corner, representing Alpha X, we have the Blue Terran hailing from Canada. It is Masa.
And spawning at the top right, he is so dangerous that the police are coming after him, as you can hear from the siren in the back. He is also from Team Alpha X. Is the red Terran or the red Protoss player, Australia.
Alright, let's see if Masa pulls something out here. Something cheesy, unconventional.
Well, something that's not conventional is placing his barracks like that, the way it is. Although I think
Yep.
his add-on still is there, so maybe it's not too bad. Usually you'll see the barracks kind of a little bit below the supply depot, the first supply depot, and then use the add-on to wall off, but looks like he might have this mapped out.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's going to put a secondary depot there.
Now the one thing about this map is you can actually relatively quickly get to your opponent's base. So we might see a kind of a tank push with a Liberator maybe, some SCVs to build some bunkers. I mean, definitely could work. But from the past few games, it feels like Australia has been able to defend any type of push that Masa has thrown at him. So I'm not sure if it will work.
Right. See, Stargate started here for Australia. Like that a lot. Australia's been getting a lot of success with that. Phoenixes are a great harassment tool. And, you know, Mouse, I think he's gone starport every single game except for the game that ended very shortly. So there's a good chance that, of course, there will be medevacs, there will be Banshees, both. So Phoenixes are just such a versatile thing, and they're very cost effective over the course of the game. So I'm a big fan of Phoenixes and Oracles. It looks like he's starting out with it.
Yeah,
And there are actually periods of time in one of the games, I can't remember which, where I was wondering if Australia might have been able to do a committed push with Oracle Phoenix Stalkers to dive on, or there was like a tank or something.
yeah, it's possible. Yeah, I do like Phoenixes as well, but the thing is that it makes you vulnerable in the beginning. You don't have a lot of ground buffer, so you gotta make sure you don't die to anything, whether it requires you to add some shield batteries or it requires you to kind of stop producing some probes in order to get more units out. You just gotta make sure you survive the early game, and I think after that you should be okay.
Yeah, there's second Oracle coming out, and of course Oracles can kill a lot of Marines. So looks like there's about 6 Marines that are wandering around. Maybe they were trying to hunt down that Oracle to kill it. There will be 2. Those could get gunned down very easily. He's not careful.
Oh yeah, he's gotta be careful because 2 Orcos can clean up the Marines there, especially with no stim pack. Does he have stim pack? No, he doesn't have stim pack. It's too early. So yeah, he's gotta be careful not to lose to this. And oh boy, this is so nice micro on the Oracle there. Saves one of the Oracle. Nice
Ooh,
with him.
kills the tank though.
Alright, so nicely held there. Not too much of a loss. I think 2 Orcos only. So, but he was able to at least deflect this attack. And oh, might actually get this medevac there. Will he get it in time? Oh, just barely.
Just gotta be careful. We must be able to get out of here with the medevac. I don't think so. Yep, he's going to lose that. So unfortunately for Masa, that whole endeavor did not go as well. Did not go his way. He did kill 2 orcs, which is nice, but in the long run, he is quite a bit behind as his third base is a ways off. That attack was not successful.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, what do you even do when you're in Masa place? I mean, you could go for the third, but it would be so late. You could go for a push, but he doesn't even have the fourth or fifth barracks to power through it. So I don't know. It's a quite tough position for Masa, as Australia already has his third base, and he's actually going for a little bit of a harass here with these stalkers. But definitely wants to be careful because Stim is close to being done. He doesn't want to get caught off in the middle. Though he does. Oh, he does. Yeah, he doesn't have blink, so yeah, doesn't want to be caught off in the middle of the map.
Curious why he hasn't gotten blink first, because he has a lot more stalkers. I'm sure that he will be protoing out blink soon. Although charge will be very useful in a few moments. Yeah, he doesn't want to engage right now because he doesn't have charge yet, so it's kind of buying his time before he can go for a full engage. However, Masa's fighting his army is significantly worse than Estrella's right now, especially after charge finishes, so he's got to be careful. He's going to be throwing away a lot of units for nothing.
Alright, looks like the cannons and shield batteries are already established at the third, so he should be able to hold it off no problem. It looks like Masa's going to circumvent into the natural instead. But this is not a big enough force, I feel, that will be able to do significant damage, so he might want to go ahead and delay the attack as he is establishing his third base.
Looks like Masa is going to depower the pylon for the cyber core. Actually going to snipe that. That's nice. Wondering if he is going to go for a doom drop in main. It is possible. Alright, a couple zealots trying to see what they can get here. And Masa's army still floating around. It's kind of interesting. Curiously, Estrella really has not been very active with his army for a while. Templar Archives is almost finished, but still, it's just a pure gateway army. And he could get burned here if he gets some really bad Widowmine connections on the zealots.
Yeah, he definitely want to at least wait for Blink to engage here, but nice force field to at least delay the attack. But yeah, +1 attack and Storm Blink just finished, so. Ooh, nice connection on those Widow Mines.
Actually, that went a lot better for Estrella than it could have. The Widow Mine only activating on 1 sentry. So Estrella's trading very well, and Masa is doing okay. He is actually on a third base, so unlike a lot of the games, the incomes are pretty equal right now. It's just odd because typically Estrella has been quite a bit ahead, and they're actually trading pretty evenly.
Yeah, the good thing for Australia is that he did pick up the majority of the medevac, so this means less healing for the bio units. So they have to be Masa has to be careful to not overstim too much. And then we do see another. We see the Oracle for Austria coming into the north side. Might possibly get some SCV because there's no turrets at the third base, as well as any units. So this might actually be a good good pickup. But also looks like a big attack coming at the third base of Australia. Looks like he will back off just for a second, and as the Oracle go ahead and starts beaming down some SCVs.
Yeah, and actually, curiously, or I should say, interestingly, Masa's Earth is going to be finished before Australia's even started, which we have not seen all series. So that's a good sign for Masa that if he can, he's ahead right now economically, which has never been the case.
Yeah, that's a difference between this game and the other games. Although I think he is missing his upgrades right now. doesn't want to get behind on that for sure. But he is focused, very focused on this middle attack near the rocks. But he does have a good amount of Widow Mines.
Yeah, this is kind of a really awkward position for Estrella to engage into. He's got to be careful. He's kind of blinking forward with the Stalkers, though. Ate a nice Widow Mine shot. And the medevacs are getting lower. Estrella is actually trading away a decent amount of his army. These supplies are starting to get better from Asa.
Yeah, and plus...
Oh my goodness, so close to losing that War Prism with 2 high mana Templars in it. Okay, good force field. It's going to buy him some time, but he needs to save his 4th base.
Oh yeah, he's got to be careful because he don't want to get flanked. Oh, picking off some high Templars. Does get one off Storm, but it kind of whiffs. The Archon gets this gunned down. The 4th base of Australia is actually pretty weak, so if you want to, Masa can come back later and snipe that off. But the 4th base of Masa is well established. Plus 2/2 is done for Australia though. So his army, his gateway army is actually pretty strong. So Masa will have to pick his battle carefully.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, interestingly, okay, units lost. Estrella has lost a ton more. Masa's been trading very cost effectively with these Widow Mines and this Bioforce in the middle of the map. See, in this engagement though, we'll have some more Storm. So we'll see. Masa's got to be careful. There's a lot of high mana, high Templars there.
Ooh, some nice War Prism counterattack, but Masa is heading to the 4th base. He's gonna gun that down. No, ooh, nice. Shubat is gonna, just temporarily, but just not enough. He will gun down the 4th base, but there's still a harass at the dirt of Masa, which it looks like he will be able to clean up. But oh my god, the retreating army of Masa gets stormed, and a bunch of them going down. He's got to be careful. But the army supply overall in favor of Masa, 72 to 50. And oh, this is kind of a lot of back and forth. Oh my god, this Widow Mine! That's one of the high Templars.
These Widow Mines are just a constant headache for Estrella to have to deal with. He's cleaning a lot of them up though. Good Storm on the bio here. Estrella's got to be careful. He doesn't have a lot of margin for error in this game as his 4th base was already lost. He needs to prevent Masa from gunning that down again. He needs to take a stand here. But I think that Masa's had an economical lead for long enough that it's starting to snowball his lead, and you see the army supplies. He's up about 40 right now. It's not good. Storms are landing pretty well.
Yeah, right now Australia is relying heavily on his high Templars to kind of hold down the fort until he can kind of get back up, get the 4th base running. He's even getting a 5th base just to try to catch back up. But oh my god, this 4th base might actually go down once again. There are some charge lots to help defend, and the reinforcements are coming from the north side, so Masa might actually have to back out before he loses the rest of his battle army.
Yeah, looks like Stray is flying around with his storm drop.
Oh,
he needs to be consistently landing good storms if he wants to win.
Oh, but some reinforcement from Masa coming from the south side that also helps kind of give a good concave to help to mitigate some of the effects of the storm. But here it is, Masa's pushing Australia back and trying to snipe down this 4th base. More reinforcement streaming across the map here. And where are the high? Okay, the high Templars are coming down from the north side. A lot of them are out of energy. He actually had to morph some into Archons, and this is getting to a point where it might be snowballing.
It certainly is snowballing the economy. Remember, even if Estrella is holding on for brief periods of time, his economy is continuing to grow, and I think Masa has reached the point where he's going to be able to shut down this 4th base, and he's going to be able to stabilize from there.
Well, the one saving grace for Australia is that his upgrade is 3/3 compared to the 2/2 of Masa, which is allowing him to slightly hold off here. But again, more army coming and streaming in for Masa. And there are no more High Templars, only 3 Archons, a limited amount of charge lot, 1 Storm coming down in through the Warp Prism. Nice warp prism micro, but is this enough? All the shield batteries run out of energy, and nice spread by Masa, and I think Masa might have done it. GG. Masa picks up his second game win number 2.
All right, so it's 2-3. If Estrella wins, then my prediction would be dead accurate. If Masa wins, we go to the ace match. Boy, that was a good game.
Yeah, that was definitely a good game.
Kind of odd because, like, we skipped the whole phase where Estrella gets Storm. It's just kind of interesting. The past 3 games have been pretty formulaic, and that one felt odd.
Yeah, it was quite odd. Firstly, I think I don't know. It's like he went for the Widowmine drop, which didn't really do too much. Australia did have his bases, his third base up and running, but then as the game went on, you saw that Masa, like you pointed out, had his 4th base a lot quicker than Australia, which is unusual because the past few games throughout the series, it was the other way around. It was Australia getting his 4th base way earlier than Masa. So everything about that game was a little, I guess, weird.
Yeah. Good to see Zarek in the chat, man, as well as Chili Boy, hey Atsumi. I don't know. That's how to say your name, and Dust as well. Glad you guys can make it. Okay, we are on Nightshade. So once again, a giant map. So if this game goes long, it could be quite entertaining to watch.
For sure. I hope it was as good as last game, because that last game was really, really well played by both players. The harasses, the engagements, the macroing.
Alright, so will we see Stargate again from Estrella? It's a big question. Interestingly, he went for Oracles last time, and he defended the tank push, which I guess it was a little bit of an earlier version of a tank push than Masa had been doing. It seemed like Masa had been waiting a bit and then doing like a 2 medevac bio tank push. This seemed different. But Masa didn't. Estrella didn't have Phoenix's defending Oracles. He didn't have too many Blink Stalkers either, so he had to sacrifice a lot into building the Oracles, and then he lost 2 of them to.
So we
To
do
defend the tank.
Yeah. So we do see a little bit of change up. There's actually a early supply depot wall off, and there's actually no gas. So he's going straight into a faster second CC. Oh my god, even adding a 2-minute 15-second third CC, Gorgonoth.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
That's nuts. It's insane.
Yeah, he's going extra greedy here. He's like, I'm like match point at this point, so I'm just gonna risk it. Get some greed going.
Well, we have last game. Estrella went for a hallucinated Phoenix relatively early. So if Estrella does the same thing, it is not out of the realm of possibility that he could punish it.
Yeah, you know what? Throughout the series, Australia hasn't really gone aggressive. He hasn't really gone for like some big 2 base play. So I think Masa has kind of felt that and like feeling like, you know what? If I get a bit greedy here, I can actually get away with it because Australia doesn't usually go for aggression, at least throughout this series. So I feel like Masa will probably get away with this.
Yeah. And like, it's interesting because consistently in every game, Estrella won. He was ahead economically pretty early off. And if Masa Masa showed last game that when he gets an economical lead, that he can win. So I feel pretty good about his chances. If like I said, I agree with you. If he gets this off, then I think his chances improve 25% winning.
Yeah, but it looks like Australia actually has a whiff of this, because all of a sudden he's gonna start putting on the pressure. He's got the War Prism out, and I think he's gonna start warping in some units. He's got 3 gateways warping in, and he can ferry up into the upper side with the War Prism, or he might actually put on some pressure at the front. Although he does have a bunker, Masa has a bunker, so that should help in the defense. But here we go. Looks like he's gonna go ahead and ferry the units over with the War Prism, and also shade the Adept into the natural.
Man, just a really old school robo drop with the stalkers in the main. Of course, 4 stalkers to one-shot SCVs. That's crazy. And warping in additional stalkers. Masa might have a difficult time dealing with this.
Yeah, he might actually have to pull the SCVs to defend against this. There is a Marauder that comes out, so that should definitely help in the defense. Stim is almost done, but looks like Australia will back out in time before the Stim hits.
So 9 SCVs killed there, as well as some lost mining time. Pretty effective. Not amazing, but
yeah. So he's down significant amount of workers, but you know what? Remember, he got the third base early, so he got that extra energy for mules. So that should at least help him come back into the game. But he needs to make sure he holds. Right now, he's currently out of position. In fact, as the stalkers are at the natural. And most of his units are in the main instead, so gotta make sure he splits correctly. And oh, nice Adept harass as well by this War Prism. There's no, remember, with the earlier CC, that means no early starports, which also means no early Vikings to deflect War Prisms.
yeah, just maybe workers killed is up to 15 SCVs done for Masa, and I think Estrella has put himself in a very good position. His third is halfway done, and he has put on a good amount of economic harass to Masa. So I fear for Masa right now. I like what he's trying to do, trying to take a risk and be greedy. Although Estrella losing the War Prism is big, means the end to any more pressure that Estrella is going to put on.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, there's not a lot of dead space between the natural and the main at the left side, so gotta make sure you don't fly your War Prism in there unless you're sure that it's not going to get sniped down. But yeah, it looks like Australia's just sitting back, getting his dirt base running, and again that fast storm to help defend against any push that Masa might have in mind.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, Estrella is going to get a slight economic lead out of this as well. So, not great for him. We'll see if Masa he's fighting for his life right now for that $100 prize pool. We'll see if he can pull something out. But Estrella getting his fast storm. Everything is trending towards him pulsing this attack from Masa, putting himself in a great position.
Yep, and I love this. Look at Australia at the third base, planting additional shield batteries in case there's an attack. And it looks like Masa will look to go attack. And actually, the observer does catch a glimpse of this, so Australia will be able to plant his or position his army correctly. And nice storm.
Great storms on top of these, as well as good force field positioning. And Immortal is coming in at just the right time. Defender's advantage for Protoss as well, with shield batteries, with cannons, means that there's no way Moss is going to be able to penetrate them. Great storm again. And low medevac is another thing that Stray going for consistent storms is that the medevac count is pretty low this early in the game, which means early storms are so effective.
Oh my god, look at that. Some nice microbiostra pulling back the injured zealots. And oh man, Masa gotta be careful. There's 3 Templars with Storm.
Charge is done, and Blink is almost done as well.
Yeah, if Masa hangs around long enough, Australia can actually finish Blink and get on top of the Medivacs, which is going to be really painful because Masa can't afford to lose all these Medivacs after a failed attack here at the third of Australia.
Australia is also coming in with a Prism to the third of Masa. Got 4 Zealots and presumably Samoran. Actually looks like he's going to go into the main. And this is harassment. That's going to be hard for Masa to deal with as his army is all the way across the map. It's actually going to be pulling back now. And additional warpins as well.
Oh, it looks like Mas.
Looks like pick up 7 and go to the third.
Yep.
Sorry.
go ahead.
Yep. Good.
Oh, yeah, so looks like there is going to be a base trade, sort of. Masa deciding to, you know what, I'm not going to retreat my whole army. I'm just going to go through and attack. But Australia with a sizable army force with a bunch of high tempo energy, he does at least get the snipe on the 4th base, but Australia already has another base at the other side. And the harass here by the War Prism is still ongoing.
Yeah, it's so much damage being done from Australia. And the army of Masa is really not doing anything right now. He can't engage Australia. It's just nothing's going right for him in this game. Australia's already expanding up to a 4th base. And everything Australia is doing is working.
Jesus, this Warp Prism continuing the harass here. Liberators trying to help defend against this, but again, those Liberators just pretty much tickle Warp Prisms. And that Warp Prism is going to be able to possibly get away. But looks like Australia is going to go for an attack at the front while harassing with the Warp Prism at the back. Another multiple prong harass, which has been the calling card of Australia throughout this whole series. And wow.
Yeah, forcing Masa to split his army up between his main and defending this natural area. Now, there are a lot of Liberators out right now, which will make this attack, will be some rough sledding here, because the Liberators will be pretty taxing, so he's going to pull back for now. So he does lose so much every time he's inside those liberation zones.
Yeah, Masa's just holding up with the skin of his teeth. These Liberators are kind of his saving grace. Oh, but another great storm by Australia.
There's so much mana for storms on these High Templars. And the Stalker count's increasing as well.
Oh my god, look at all those injured bow units. Oh my god, so red life. Oh my god, another great storm. Taking out some Liberators.
Wouldn't be surprised if we see just a blink forward to kill some of the last remaining Liberators. Masa eating storms. There's nothing he can do. The supplies are remaining close, but it feels like there's a sense of inevitability because Australia, especially with storms, because one High Templar can potentially kill so many bio units just with energy. So the supplies don't even really accurately reflect how powerful Australia is right now. He's surging forward, dropping High Templars ahead, storming. Going to be a blink forward here any moment. I hope. No, it looks like he's going to be conservative and just wait until he has a absolutely clear majority before he does that.
Oh, and also take out the planetary, which right now Masa is just dying to get some sort of economy rolling, and he can't because this huge forest, this Blink Stalker, just so aggressively blink forward. He knows he pretty much got this. So many Archons, additional Charizard Warpin, and Gorgonath. I think this is it. GG. Australia will take this series and take this tournament 4-2.
Wow. Man, I'm glad that I suggested we predict scores because I nailed it.
Yeah.
You were close too. Man, that was fun. I'm very tired. That was a 4-hour cast. It's long. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, but some awesome, great games. And thank you to all the players, and also 11 for adminning the tournament. Made it so much easier. And also to my co-casters Gorgonath and Xenodactyl for helping me co-cast these past few days. Hope it's been fun for you.
Yes, it has been, and tell you what, it's been a long time since me and you have casted, and it was good to get back into it. A couple of late nights, but you take some time off, Snoopy, because I'm sure you're worn out after 3 nights in a row of this.
All right. Yeah, anyhow, yeah, looks like $100 to Australia and $60 to Masa. So congrats to both players for such a great result and outstanding play. And yeah, let's go ahead and do one more shout out to one of our sponsors, GameStop. They have a great trade-in program where you can utilize your old consoles, your old smartphones, your old games, and trade it in for some credit, store credit, or some cash, and you can use it to buy new consoles, new games. It's a great feature that GameStop offers that you can definitely take advantage of. If you want to learn more, go ahead and stop by at their official website, GameStop.com, and check them out. See what the trade-in program is all about, and see how much you can get.
Yep.
All right.
GameStop is awesome, guys. I remember it's where I got a refurbished GameCube, $20 one time.
Oh wow, nice.
Good find back in the day.
Yeah,
so
that's some great value there.
Of course, Smash Melee on the GameCube, best iteration of Melee, no question.
Also, during that game, we had some additional followers: Frank HV, as well as Hang MC1. So appreciate the follow. It looks like we have passed the 600 follower mark. So awesome. And hope you guys enjoyed all the games throughout these past 3 days. Thank you also Sushi for putting this whole tournament together. And yeah, Gorgonath, do you have any last words before we wrap this up?
No, just I hope everyone watching has a fantastic week. It is Thanksgiving weekend here in the US. Hope everyone has a great time with their families, eating food, watching football, good stuff. And I wish you, Snoopy, as well, a very great week, and hope you enjoy the holiday weekend.
All right, I appreciate it, man. Yeah, thank you to everyone who's tuned in, and yeah, happy Thanksgiving, and also happy Black Friday shopping. Hope you guys get the deals that you want. And yeah, we'll see you guys next time. Have a great night. This is your friendly neighborhood puppy dog, Snoopy, as well as Gorgonath, signing out.
Take it easy, guys.
Nuclear missile ready.